on record. Let the record reflect that the defendant is present with his attorney, the state is present, the jurors are present and seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Thank you all so much for being early today. I know traffic was worse today, right, because of the rain? Okay. All right, are both sides ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yesterday, both sides had examined Nicole Mejia, the crime scene analyst. Is the state ready to call their next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
State calls Maria Vasquez.
Deputy Smith, would you move that monitor for me, please? And that is the interpreter?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Interpreter. Would you introduce yourself to the record?
Yes, my name is Gregory Gallimore, license number 2210.
If you would raise your right hand for me, please.
Yes.
Do you swear that you will interpret from English to Spanish and from Spanish to English as accurately as possible, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Vasquez, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, we may approach.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you back to the jury room so we can take care of certain matters, okay? And bring you right back in. All right.
All right.
Y'all may be seated. Okay, so it appears the defense has certain issues to take up with this matter. Would you like to take this witness on board?
Or would you just rather hear what we're gonna,
Yeah, I
what
think
we're
it's-
gonna go into, and then you can,
Okay.
Based on what they've given me, I know that there are things that are going to be issues, but I would like to see what they're gonna elicit,
Okay.
and then that'll prompt my objections. Fair enough.
I mean,
That's-
so y'all want to have this, you know, all the testimony.
I will keep it short, Judge, just so that, and we can talk about outside the presence of the jury, just those parts that I believe there could be an objection to, if that'll make it easier.
Go ahead, yes, so we don't, take too much time.
All right, has she been sworn?
She's been sworn, but she needs to spell her name, because her name sounds like Maria, but it's spelled differently.
Ms. Vasquez, can you spell your first and last name?
M-I-R-E-Y-A.
Mariya.
And your last name?
Vázquez, V-A-Z-Q-U-E-Z.
Vazquez. Vasquez.
Can you spell that last name one more time?
B-A-Z.
V-A-Z.
Es una.
Are you okay, Ms. Vasquez?
Take your time. Okay.
Es una Q, una Q,
It's a Q,
E-Z.
Q-U-E-Z.
Ms. Vasquez, we're not gonna go into everything we're gonna talk about in your full testimony. I'm gonna get directly to a few things that we need to talk about right now. Do you understand that?
Sí.
Yes.
All right. Did you know your daughter, Gabriela Gonzalez, and the defendant to be in a relationship that the nature of which was one of domestic violence?
First of all, is she the, victim's mother?
Oh, yes, Your Honor, I'm just going fast, I apologize. Are you the mother of Gabriela Gonzalez?
Sí.
Yes.
And, we've already heard that you have other children, is that correct?
Sí.
Yes.
And are you aware of the nature of the relationship between Gabriela Gonzalez and the defendant, Harold Thompson?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you know him by the name Trey?
Correcto.
Correct.
And Harold Thompson, is that a name that you came to know later in some way?
Cuando pasó lo que pasó.
When that which happened happened.
And so you only knew him as Trey in the time that you saw him and your daughter together?
Sí.
Yes.
And now I'll repeat the question I asked you a little bit ago. Did you know their relationship to be the one that had violence in it?
Sí.
Yes.
And can you tell us anything that you witnessed personally that gave you that belief about the nature of their relationship?
Era violenta.
It was violent.
And again, Ms. Vasquez, is there anything that you saw that made you believe that?
Sí.
Yes.
What did you see?
Yo lo miré cuando yo fui a buscar a mi hija
I saw him when I went to look for my daughter.
a su apartamento
When I went to the apartment,
y la hallé golpeada.
and I saw her beaten up.
When did you said you saw her beaten up. What part of her body was beaten up?
Su cara, que fue lo primero que miré.
Her face, that was what I saw.
And when did you see her face beaten up?
¿En qué fecha?
And on what date?
Yes, if you remember, when was it?
Fue como en diciembre.
It was like in December.
Ah, fue un lunes, no, tal vez creo que fue el día 12.
It was a Monday. I believe maybe it was the 12th.
And if you don't remember the day exactly, do you roughly remember it was in December?
Sí.
Yes.
And what year was it? If she died in May of 2023, was this in December directly before that, or was it even farther back?
Antes de eso, en el 22.
Before that, in 22.
Okay. And so you saw her face beaten up. What is the next thing you remember about that?
Fue cuando ella me abrió la puerta,
It was when she opened the door for me,
porque no me la quería abrir,
because she didn't want to open it,
porque él estaba dentro del apartamento.
because he was inside the apartment.
Entonces yo le dije que me abriera
And so I told her to open it up for me,
y miré su cara golpeada.
and I saw her face beaten up.
In this apartment where you saw this, was this an apartment she was living in?
Sí.
Yes,
Where was this apartment?
No te sé decir bien la dirección porque no tengo conocimiento bien de la dirección,
I don't know the address, because I don't have knowledge of what the address was,
pero sé dónde es.
but I know where it is.
Is this an address that you either helped her pay for, or you had anything to do with her obtaining?
Este apartamento era de mi hija, la otra, y nosotros lo dejamos que viviera ahí.
That was my other daughter's apartment, and we let her live there.
The other daughter, what is her name?
Milene.
Okay, so,
Millennium.
so this was an apartment Melanie had, but Gabby was living in.
Correcto.
Correct.
So when you went there and you saw her beaten up and she opened the door, what happened next?
Cuando ella abrió la puerta
When she opened the door,
y la miré golpeada,
and I saw her beaten up,
yo sentí mucho coraje.
I felt much anger,
Y me fui directo al cuarto.
and I went straight to the room,
Él estaba allí, esa persona,
and he was there, that person,
y le dije que se saliera. Yo lo saqué como yo pude a gritos.
and I told him to get out, and I got him out, however, the best I could, yelling.
Y le dije que si no se salía le iba a hablar a la policía.
And I told him if he didn't get out, I was gonna call the police.
Did you say that to him in English or in Spanish?
Le dije en inglés poquito lo que yo entiendo, pero yo sé que él me estaba entendiendo.
I told him in the little bit of English that I had, but I know that he was understanding me.
Now, you say he was in the apartment. Do you see the person who was in the apartment that day in the courtroom today?
Sí,
Yes,
Can you point him out and tell me something he's wearing?
sí.
yes,
You can go ahead and do it.
Tiene una camisa que es como a gris.
he's got a shirt that's like gray.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that witnesses identified the defendant in open court.
The record will so reflect.
So once you say you got him out of the apartment, what happened next?
Se volvió a regresar,
Well, he came back,
me puchó sobre la puerta
and he pushed me against the door.
y mi hija le dijo, no, Trent, no, y mi hija se puso
And my daughter said, no, Trey, and my daughter
se puso en medio.
and she got between us.
All right, what happened next?
Agarró algo de la cocina
He got something from the kitchen,
y se marchó,
and he left.
pero andaba dando vueltas nomás.
But he was just going around, that's it.
When you say going around, you mean like walking around the building?
Sí.
Yes,
All right, and what happened next?
Mi hija
my daughter,
Which daughter?
Gabriela
Gabriela,
se quedó allí y luego se fue al apartamento de mi hermana que está en Nemo.
she stayed there one, then she went to my sister's apartment, who's in the same one.
In this, wait, one moment. When you say in the same one, you mean in the same complex?
En el mismo complejo.
In the same complex.
Okay, and so she went and stayed at another relative's apartment.
Sí.
Yes,
Is this the night she had a disagreement with her sister about Trey?
Ah, no, fue en otra ocasión.
that was another time.
Okay. So this night, you saw her face beaten up, and you put Trey outside of the apartment.
Correcto.
Correct.
All right. Is there anything else that you viewed yourself that gave you belief that their relationship was one with a violent nature?
Sí, por la forma que la miré.
Yes, by the way I saw her.
No, other than this one night.
No, ella era diferente.
No, she was different.
In what way?
Es que ella era una niña triste y ella no era una muchacha triste.
Well, now she was a sad girl, and she wasn't a sad girl.
Do you believe her personality had changed and she was more sad once they were going out?
Sí,
Yes,
Right. Now, you told me when we met about a time where you had to go get her from an apartment in March of 2023. Do you remember that?
sí.
yes.
Was this the same apartment that you were talking about in December or a different apartment?
Diferente.
It was a different one.
Do you remember where that was?
Sé, pero no me sé la dirección, sé dónde es.
I know, but I don't know the address. I know where it is.
Do you remember the name of the apartment complex at all?
No, nunca puse atención.
No, I never paid attention.
What is near this apartment complex?
Hacia el lado está un arroyito,
Well, beside it is a little stream,
un monte, un parque chiquito.
a hill, a small park.
Was this apartment complex near the one where she was eventually, near the gas station where she was eventually killed?
Sí, era cerca, nomás cruzar freeway.
Well, yes, it was close by, just crossing the freeway.
And so, on this day, why did you go to that apartment, in March to get your daughter?
Porque ella me habló un día jueves
Because she spoke to me on one Thursday
de una lavandería
from a laundromat,
que necesitaba que yo la ayudara y fui por ella.
that she needed for me to help her, so I went for her.
And so she was did she call from a laundromat or were you at the laundromat?
No, ella me llamó de esa lavandería.
No, she called me from that laundromat.
Okay, and she said she needed help.
Sí,
Yes,
Did she tell you why she needed help?
porque él la estaba tratando mal, la golpeaba.
because he was mistreating her. He hit her.
And so, when you got that call, did you get her the same day or a different day?
No, fue un sábado que porque me dijo que él iba a pagar el carro de ella y cuando...
No, it was a Saturday because she said that he was going to pay for her car.
Entonces me dijo que se iba entre 3 a 4 de la tarde se iba
And so she said she was going to go between 3 and 4 in the afternoon.
y él
When you,
iba a poder...
okay, Ms. Vasquez, when you said she was gonna go at 3 or 4 afternoon, what do you mean she was going to go?
Shren se iba a ir.
No, that Trey was going to go.
That he was gonna leave the apartment?
Sí,
Yes,
Okay, and so she told you, and again, Ms. Vasquez, I wanna make sure we're clear. When you talked to her and she called from this laundromat, were you gonna go to her apartment the same day or a different day?
el día que me habló fue un jueves en la noche.
the day that she called me, it was a Thursday night.
And now that you said that you were gonna go there on a Saturday?
El sábado al apartamento donde estaba ella con él.
Well, on Saturday to the apartment where she was with him.
Okay, and that's when you decided to go to the apartment on that day?
Sí,
Yes,
Now, you said that she said to wait until 3 or 4 o'clock when he left?
sí,
yes.
Okay, did you do that?
sí, yo estuve desde la 1 de la tarde chequeando que él se fuera.
Yeah, I was there, I was from 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I was checking for him to leave.
When you say checking, did you physically go to this apartment to see if he would leave?
Sí, yo estaba fuera que él se fuera para yo y llevarme a mi hija.
Well, I was outside waiting for him to go so that I could take my daughter.
When you got to this apartment, did she give you the address and tell you where to go?
Yo ya sabía, porque yo andaba buscando a mi hija.
Well, I already knew because I was looking for my daughter.
The apartment complex that you were in, had you been there before?
Ya había ido antes a buscarla.
I'd gone there before to look for her.
Okay. And then looking for her, did you find her on those other days?
No, nomás estaba su carro parqueado, por eso yo iba.
No, it's just her car was parked, and that's why I went.
So, the Saturday that you went to go pick her up to help her, did you eventually see Trey leave the apartment?
Sí.
Yes,
And what did you do once you saw him leave?
Cuando él se fue,
when he left,
mi hija sacó una mano por la ventana,
my daughter stuck a hand out of the window,
movió su mano que ya,
and she moved her hand, indicating, now.
entonces yo me parqué enfrente del apartamento,
So I parked in front of the apartment,
entonces mi hija bajó por la escalera
and then my daughter came down the steps,
y traía una canasta de ropa
and she had a basket of clothes,
y yo le ayudé a ponerla en el carro atrás
and I helped her put it in the car, in the back of in the car in the back,
y nos fuimos rápido.
and we left quickly.
Now, you're talking about her giving signals out of a window and leaving only when Trey had left the apartment.
Sí,
Yes,
Did you feel like your daughter could not leave that apartment, that she was not allowed to leave if he was there?
no, ella no salía.
no, she didn't go out, or she didn't leave.
I want to make sure you understand my question. Did you feel like she could leave the apartment before you went and came to help her that day?
No,
No,
You said she had a car at that apartment. Why do you believe she didn't just use the car and just leave?
porque su carro no servía.
because her car didn't work.
Okay. Was the car broken or broken down?
Quebrado.
Yeah, it was broken.
Your daughter came out with a basket of clothes and got in the car. Where did you go next?
Me fui derechito a la compañía de teléfonos
I went straight to the telephone company
porque él tenía todas sus cuentas de ella y ella me dijo, mamá,
because he had all of her accounts, and she said, Mom,
necesito un teléfono para cambiar
I need a phone to change
todas mis cosas porque él me va a quitar mi dinero.
to change all of my things because he's gonna take my money away.
Yo le compré su teléfono
So I bought a phone for her
para que cerrara sus cuentas
so that she could close her account,
y de ahí nos fuimos a la estación de policía con el reporte.
and from there we went to the police station to make a report.
And so after you took your daughter to buy a phone, you took her to a police station, where did she go next?
Me la llevé a mi casa,
I took her to my house.
fui a mi casa,
I went to my house.
agarré algunas cosas
I got some things,
y me la llevé para Tempo, Texas.
and I took her to Temple, Texas.
Why did you take her to Temple, Texas?
Porque la estaba sacando de aquí
Because we were taking her away from here
porque yo sabía que él me la iba a matar.
because I knew that he was going to kill her.
And why did you feel that way?
Porque la violencia que él estaba dando a mi hija
Because of the violence that he was doing to my daughter,
y no tuve un apoyo de nadie para ayudarme.
and I didn't have any support from anyone to help me.
And now, once she went to Temple, how long did she stay in Temple?
Ah, puede ser, no estoy segura en este momento,
It could be, I'm not sure at this time,
serían 2 meses.
it would be 2 months.
Now, we heard about her renting a car somewhere here in the Dallas area sometime in May to get an abortion. You have to say yes, were you aware of that?
¿Me repite la pregunta?
Can you repeat the question for me?
Did did you know that Gabriella had been back in Dallas to rent a car to get an abortion sometime in May?
Sí,
Yes,
Were you aware that she was pregnant?
después me enteré.
afterwards I found out.
After she was killed?
No,
No,
So-
después de que me la llevé de aquí.
no, after I took her from here.
After she had gone to Temple?
Sí.
Yes,
And so, in knowing that she was pregnant and knowing that she came back to Dallas, did you know when she came back to Dallas after she had terminated the pregnancy?
¿Me repite?
can you repeat it for me?
When she went to Colorado, do you know when she came back to Dallas after she had
Say
terminated?
Colorado or Temple?
I'm sorry, Jennifer. After she came back from Colorado to terminate the pregnancy, do you know when she came back to Dallas?
Ella regresó el 10 de mayo venía
She came back on the 10th she was coming,
porque yo
because I
texté con ella como a las 5:20 de la mañana.
had a text message with her at like 5:20 in the morning,
Ella tenía que llegar ese día a cuidar a su niña.
because she had to arrive that day to take care of her daughter,
Yo tenía que trabajar.
and I had to go to work.
Ella me dijo
And she told me
que ya ha entrado a Dallas.
that she had come into Dallas,
Y pues yo estaba esperando que llegara a la casa y nunca llegó.
and I was waiting for her to come to the house, but she never arrived.
Now, we know that she died on May the 10th, 2023. Going backwards, when was the last time you saw her in person before that?
La miré
I saw her
el domingo cuando ella se fue a Colorado.
on Sunday when she went to Colorado,
Nosotros siempre estuvimos en contacto.
and we were always in contact.
I'm just asking when you saw her.
El domingo.
On Sunday,
All right. I just want to ask you briefly, Ms. Vasquez. You helped her leave the apartment in March. Did you go back to where that car was, and was there an incident with the car that was broken down?
Sí.
yes,
All right. Tell us what happened when you went back to go get the car.
Mi hija me habló y me dijo,
my daughter called me and she said,
mamá,
Mom,
voy a agarrar una grúa
I'm gonna get a tow truck
para que lleve el carro a la casa.
so that it can take the car to the house.
Tú ve nada más para que le digas al Señor cómo.
So you just go so that you can tell the man how to do it.
Y yo me fui de mi trabajo,
And so I left my job,
como eso de las 3, 4, llegó el Señor, 4:30,
something
4.
like 3, 4, 4:30, the man arrived.
Llegó y llegué yo a entrar al carro
And I arrived where the car was
con el Señor de la grúa
with the man from the tow truck,
y aquí el tren presente
and here the Trey, present,
bajó por la escalera,
he came down the stairs
traía la arma.
and he was bringing the weapon.
¿Puedo poner como él estaba?
Can I show how he was?
Yes.
See,
Yo estaba en mi carro parqueada
I was in my car, parked,
Él bajó con la arma,
and he came down with the weapon,
tapado como siempre andaba.
and he was covered up like he always was.
When you say covered up, do you mean like his face or his head?
Con la máscara, como siempre lo usaba.
With the mask like he always used.
Have you seen him in that mask before?
Claro que sí.
Of course.
Where had you seen him in a mask before?
Las veces que yo lo miré siempre con la
The
máscara.
times that I saw him, I always saw him with the mask.
Okay. And so you said he came down, he was wearing a mask, and he was coming down the stairs.
Ujú.
Mm-hmm.
And you said
Did you say yes or no?
Sí,
Yes.
you have to say yes or no out loud.
sí.
Yes.
All right. And so, what did he have with him?
La arma.
The weapon.
What kind of weapon?
No, yo no conozco armas, sé que es una arma.
I don't know about weapons, I know it's a weapon.
And when I say weapon, did he have a bat,
No, una pistola.
No, a pistol.
a gun?
Sí,
Yes.
And where did he have it?
así.
He had it like this, here.
And
Y
could
me
you,
miraba así.
And he looked at me like this.
all right. And could you see,
I can't see where he was,
you can
where
step,
he was demonstrating.
you can step down there.
She could stand right there.
Show us where you said he had a firearm.
Aquí.
Here.
So under his arm.
Sí.
Yes.
And could you see the gun, or did you just think he had it?
No, yo la miré.
No, I saw it.
Now, what happened next?
Me dijo que
You can sit down there.
él pagaba por el carro.
That he would pay for the car.
Entonces yo le dije, ¿quieres tu dinero?
And I said, do you want your money?
Yo voy por tu dinero.
I said, I'll go get your money.
Y él se regresó
And he went back.
para arriba al apartamento.
And he went back up to the apartment.
Se me acercó el señor de la grúa
And then the man from the tow truck came up to me.
y le dije, si viste que tiene la pistola, ¿cómo me? ¿Una
I
pistola?
said, did you see how he had the pistol?
Me dijo, sí.
And he said, yes.
Ve hacia allá
He said, go over there
y voy a hablar a la policía.
and I'm gonna call the police.
The tow truck driver called the police.
Sí.
Yes.
And, did the police eventually come?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you get to tow the car that day?
Sí, pero
Yes, but,
tardamos porque no me la querían que yo me lo llevara.
well, yes, but it was delayed because they didn't want to, can you please repeat what you said?
Sí me lo llevé.
Yes, I took it.
Okay, and when you said your daughter called you, where was she calling you from?
¿De dónde llamaba mi hija?
From where was my daughter calling?
Yes, when she asked you to go get the car, where was she calling you from?
De su celular de ella.
From her cell phone.
And, but physically, was she in Dallas or was she in another city?
En Tempo.
In Temple.
So, is she the reason that you went to go get the car?
Sí.
Yes.
Because of what she told you?
Y porque tenían una orden
And because we had an order
que él no podía estar cerca de mi hija.
that he couldn't be near my daughter.
Is this from the police report you had made a couple days earlier?
Sí.
Yes.
And when you went to go get the car, was that just a few days after you had helped her get out of the apartment?
Sí.
Yes.
May I approach you?
Yes, you may.
I'm gonna show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 118 and 119. In State's Exhibit 118, is this the car that we're talking about that we were trying to get towed?
Okay, I'm trying to see, hold on, I'm trying to see what the defendant's objection.
I have a lot of objections, Your Honor, but I thought we were, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you wanted to elicit all the testimony and then one side.
I want you to object to whatever it was that you needed to object to before we bring in the.
Okay, I apologize. I thought when he said he was gonna get all of our testimony out, and then we were going to have that discussion. So I can go back, okay, well, I can start from where we were, if it pleases the court.
Go ahead.
Because I think we were on different pages. He and I both thought he was gonna elicit the testimony, and then he said we would approach the court about what my objections were. That's the
No,
page
I
we
need
were
to
on.
make your objections on the record, so I would rule on them before we bring the jury in. That's what this hearing is all about, the limiting.
Well, Your Honor, I apologize. We both misunderstood, me and the prosecution. He said he was gonna bring out the testimony, and then I would advise the court of what I had a problem with that testimony. So, I apologize, Judge, I misunderstood.
No.
Yeah, as well as the state did.
What I'm thinking now is how you're going to do that.
Well, I can go back and, I wrote it, her exact words down on everything. So, I was gonna do it, elicit testimony once they finished, and then I was under the impression that,
No, that's, no. So go ahead, Mr. Varney, go ahead.
We're wrapping up, Judge.
Now, how much longer do you have?
1 minute.
Okay, go ahead.
Is this the car that you were attempting to get towed?
Sí,
Yes,
And is this Trey standing in the picture?
sí,
yes,
And State's Exhibit 119, is this Trey the way he was dressed when you saw him when he came out when you were trying to get the car towed?
sí.
yes.
We'll offer States 118 and 119.
Thank you. Please describe 118 again.
118 is a vehicle with two people off to the side to the right, and 119 is one male individual wearing a hooded jacket and a mask.
All right, thank you.
and Your Honor, my objection to both of these would be the objections that I'm making to, the majority of this testimony. The prosecutor.
Hold on, does the state pass this witness at this point?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Go ahead. Ms. Walton, yeah, your objections? Or-
Okay,
Yeah.
so my objection to 118 and 119 is they are attempting to introduce photographs from what we consider would be a prior bad act that we discussed in our motion in limine. Number two, the proper predicate has not been laid for the admissibility of 118 and 119. The third objection is those photographs are highly prejudicial, have no probative value that would aid the jury in assisting as the trier of fact in this case. And they're trying to bring in a case that has nothing to do with this particular indictment that they have brought before the grand jury. They're attempting to muddy the waters and bring in outside cases into this case, which are highly prejudicial to this particular defendant. So those are my objections to 118 and 119.
Okay, any other objections as to the witness's testimony in general?
Yes, I have other objections, Your Honor. Going back to, I'm sorry, did you say
Yeah,
go ahead?
come on.
Okay, so going back to the first objection would be, the majority of her testimony was hearsay. For example, she said, my daughter said, more specifically, she said, my daughter called from the laundromat. She said she needed help. She said he did this. She said he was gonna pay for the car. She said he was going to be, all of these are statements that the victim made, which are hearsay. There is no exception to the hearsay rule that would apply where those statements that were made by her daughter to her on those phone calls back in March would be admissible. So that would be the first objection. The next objection would be she's attempting to testify about her feelings. When she was asked, have you witnessed any violence personally? She said yes. So then on direct, it came out, the only thing she saw was when she opened the door on apparently December the 12th is the date they got from her, that her daughter's face was beaten up. She does not say she ever saw who beat up her daughter. She never says on that day that she saw him put his hands on her daughter. She provided no testimony that would give her a firsthand account of actually who did that to her daughter's face. None of that testimony was elicited. So that in and of itself, she should not be able to testify about her saying she saw violence with her daughter having a beaten up face when there was no testimony that she saw anything firsthand. So any statements about that concerning what she knew who did it, there's no evidence that she knew who did it because that was not elicited. The next objection I had was, again, the hearsay statements. And I also would need running objections to leading because he led this witness all over the courtroom. So I would like a running objection on leading. I would ask the court to instruct the DA's office to not direct the witnesses as far as the testimony goes. Another objection I had was there was a mischaracterization of testimony when he would rephrase questions for the defendant. That was out there as well. Let's go to my next objections. The next thing, the mother was testifying that the daughter said, "Mom, he's gonna take all of my things. Mom." All of these statements by the daughter are, again, hearsay. The next objection I had is when he asked her, "Did you feel like the daughter could not leave if he was there?" The mother's feelings are irrelevant. She is here to provide facts that she has personal, first-hand knowledge of. And there were a couple of incidents where he asked her about her feelings, what she thought about why her daughter did this or why her daughter did that. That is improper. She does not have a proper foundation to be able to say why her daughter did one thing or another. So asking the mother the feelings about why the daughter did one thing, the mother has no basis on which to testify because that is beyond the scope of anything that she has personal knowledge of, and her feelings are not relevant. The last objection, when we get to the tow truck driver, I completely object to the entire tow truck incident that they are attempting to bring in. Like I said, when I first started, that was one of my objections. They are trying to bring in outside acts into this case that are highly prejudicial to this defendant. Acts and statements. The mom made a statement. The tow truck driver came up to her and said, "Did you see this?" He says, "Yes, I saw this." All of that is hearsay, and if they want to get those statements in, they need to bring the tow truck driver in. Mom cannot continue to testify about what somebody else said. On the stand, she can testify about what she said, but she cannot bring out-of-court statements to the courtroom for the truth of the matter asserted, because that is the exact definition of hearsay. And again, she talked about there's an order that he couldn't be near her daughter. There's no such order. So she's allowing to testify and bring in information from outside things that have no bearing on this case that they are attempting to bring in to muddy the water. And I believe that covers all my objections.
Thank you. What's the state's response?
My response, one, I'll start with the things we actually agree with the defense about, Your Honor. I actually agree any statement that the tow truck driver made to her, I believe is inadmissible. We could make the argument about excited utterances, but we're not trying to elicit that from her. We're speaking through a translator, so I don't always know exactly kind of how she hears what I'm saying and asking and what comes out. So I agree, we can instruct her not to talk about the tow truck driver's statement. I also agree that any statement that she would make about an order of protection, being that he could not be around her, whether she's misunderstanding or not, I agree that that's inadmissible. So those we're happy to instruct the witness about. I think everywhere else we disagree. First off, the tow truck driver incident is one that is admissible under 404B because it goes to motive, it goes to identity. The defense's strategy from the beginning has been that if he cannot be identified at the day of the shooting because he has a mask on. We've been consistent with people who have seen him with the mask on before, and now we have an incident where he's photographed and she talked to him while he was wearing the mask and recognized his face. And so I believe that is admissible.
Did the state give notice of said extraneous
Yes, these are all, this incident is on our 404B notice. I believe the court has a copy of it. If not, I have another copy with me. But this
So I'm
incident,
asking if the, defense is aware of those extraneous acts.
I'm aware
Or
of
this extraneous act. Did the
Well-
state give you adequate notice?
The state gave me notice that they were bringing in the tow truck driver to bring him in to talk about what he saw on that day.
Yes,
So,
I'm
yes.
simply asking them, yeah, about the, you know,
So I knew,
with the gun, calling the police, those, that's an extraneous.
well, I can tell the court what.
Did you have notice? of
I had noticed that my notice was, we're bringing the tow truck driver in. We're gonna bring the tow truck driver in to show that your guy had the mask on. That was my 404B. Now, as far as mom testifying about all of the tow truck incident and all this other stuff, no.
You had no notice that they were going to talk about him coming down with a gun?
The mom made a statement, if I'm not
No,
mistaken.
I'm asking
Okay.
if the state of Texas gave you a document titled 404B, extraneous offenses, listing this incident as one of the incidents that they were going to talk about.
And I will have to look at, and I will say this to the court,
Okay.
I will have to look at the last one.
this is the copy.
Is that, because,
This is the one that we have turned over to the defense.
And is that listed on there?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right.
Your Honor, what I would ask the court is,
Okay, let him finish responding to your objections. Go ahead.
And when I get to that point, Your Honor, I'm happy to read on the record what's in the 404B notice.
Okay.
But this has been provided to the defendant, along with, when we met with this witness, we took down notes of her account of things that happened. We turned over those notes and gave those to the defense as well. And I can go and text you and give you the date in which those were given, but the defense has noticed that this witness knew about this incident. We're not required to say which witnesses are gonna testify to the acts in the 404B notice. So there is no issue of whether the defendant has notice of this incident.
Right.
Okay, and so, again, this incident is brought in for identification purposes. He's wearing the mask, so he's wearing the similar style mask as the person wearing the mask in the shooting, and that there's a person who has seen him in a mask before, and it lends reliability and credibility to every witness that says, I've seen him with a mask. We're gonna have other witnesses testify, I've seen him wear a mask on a regular basis. So that's why this incident is important. In terms of the statements, the defense, I believe, is incorrect in saying that everything that her daughter said to her, just because she used the word she said, means it is hearsay that is inadmissible. We are allowed, under 38-371, and I'll read directly, Your Honor, just for the record purposes, to offer all relevant, offer testimony or other evidence of all relevant facts and circumstances that would assist the trier of fact in determining whether the actor committed the offense as described and charged to the jury. The nature of their relationship is relevant to this jury's determination. And also when the Miss Gabriela Gonzalez, her daughter, says, and we'll take these in order. When she says, she said, I need some help. That's the only reason she went to her apartment to pick her up. An exception to hearsay is the effect on the listener. It describes why she went to that apartment to pick her up. We're not offering it for truth to say that we can prove what happened between Gabriela Gonzalez and Trey that led her to be there, but something led her mother to be there that day, and she's allowed to testify about the things that she heard that gave an effect that made her go pick her up from that apartment. So I believe that that statement is relevant. Then we move on to the statements where if we're talking about she called from Temple and asked for the car to be towed. Again, those are what led her to that place to go pick up that car in the first place. We're not offering it for truth, we're offering it for the effect on the listener. The other instances where she talks about what her daughter said in terms of either whether it be present sense impression, then existing condition of herself, all those are relevant and exceptions to hearsay. So we believe that outside of the statements made by the tow truck driver or any statement about any kind of order of protection are all admissible, and we believe the tow truck driver incident is relevant under 404B for more than one reason, but most specifically for identification.
Thank you. Does the defense have any further?
I do, Your Honor. When they gave me the notice for this 404B, they specifically talked about the tow truck incident, saying that he was detained by officers for an armed disturbance call. The officers arrived to see a tow truck driver in a dispute, and he was detained, and they saw him wearing all black clothing and a balaclava. As I told the court earlier, yes, they told me the 404B, they would use the mask for identification purposes. I was advised of all of that. As far as saying now, we're going to use this tow truck incident and bring it into the fold of this murder case through this particular mother, no, that was never disclosed. I was told that based on their paperwork, that they were going to talk about being detained by the officers as an armed disturbance. That was the extent of what this was going to be used for. Now, going back to them saying they are not using the statement of the victim as the truth of the matter asserted, that's in fact exactly what they're doing. They're saying that mom got a call from daughter, and mom went over there because daughter said, I need help. So mom, believing daughter needed help, she went over there, and once she got over there, this is what she is saying she saw. So it is, in fact, for the truth of the matter asserted. And even though they're trying to wiggle around it, it still comes down to, there's no exception to all of these. I counted 7 different statements of what this mother testified that the daughter said. We were never allowed to cross-examine this statements made by the daughter. So one, there has to be an exception that it falls under. And to try to get it in and say that it's not all for the truth of the matter asserted is disingenuous, because that is what they're asking the jury to believe, that the daughter said, Mom, I need help. The daughter said, Mom, he's gonna take all of my stuff. The daughter said, Mom, this, Mom, that. That is exactly what this jury is being asked to believe, that the daughter said it, Mom believed it, so you gotta believe it now too. However they're spinning it, it is truly hearsay. It does not meet an exception, and it is highly prejudicial against Mr. Thompson, and there's no way
Ms.
around it.
Bolton, does the state have any other?
Very briefly, I think the defense is making a good closing argument, or even arguments they can make on cross-examination, but we're here about admissibility. I believe everything that we've talked about is admissible outside the 2 things we agree on, and the jury can make its own decision as towards the weight. Just one thing, just for record purposes, and I think, I apologize if I've said this before, we are not required to tell the defense which witnesses will testify to the acts in our 404B notice, but we turned over the notes of our meeting with Ms. Vasquez. We turned those over to the defense on October 30th of 2024, and they were downloaded by the defense on November 3rd, 2024. So these are not things that they were unaware that she knew about, or things that she would be possibly being able to say. So again, we believe she's able to testify to it. One case that I will just offer to the court, just to supplement our argument about 38.371 and the nature of relationships and the types of evidence that are admissible, is Jolie James versus State of Texas, and I have the site. I think this is my only physical copy, but I can email this copy to the defense as well. But it just touches on the same things I talked about in 38.371, and that the fact that the nature of relationships in a family violence type case are admissible.
They're admissible subject to
403, yes, I agree with that, Your Honor. And I understand that the defense believes that these things might be prejudicial. All evidence against a defendant is prejudicial. It's just the balancing test has to be that it has to, that prejudicial nature has to substantially outweigh its probative value, and we do not believe we've reached that point.
All right, thank you. I'm sustaining the defendant's objections to tow truck driver's statements regarding the protective order or restraining order, whatever the order was. I'm also sustaining the defendant's objections to leading questions. However, all the other objections are overruled. The court will admit State's Exhibits 118 and 119 for all purposes.
May I have a moment to instruct the witness just so she understands what she is not allowed to talk about?
Yes.
there's other things we can talk about, that's just fine, but do not say that, okay? You cannot say, well, he wasn't supposed to be around.
All rise.
Please be seated. All right, let the record reflect that the defendant is present, the attorney, the state is present, the jury is present and seated. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience. From time to time, these events will occur where the court will need to send you to the jury room to tidy up some matters, okay? All right. The state was in the process of examining Ms. Vasquez. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, thank you.
How about the defense?
We're ready.
Go ahead.
All right, Good morning, ma'am. Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
Mi nombre es Mireya Vázquez.
My name is Mireya Vasquez.
And how are you related, Ms. Vasquez, to Gabriela Gonzalez?
Yo soy la mamá de Gabriela González.
I am Gabriela Gonzalez's mother.
Para mí hablar de esto, pero aquí estoy.
This is very difficult for me to talk about this, but here I am.
All right, Ms. Vasquez, the way this works is that I just have to ask you questions, and then you answer them the best you can, okay?
Sí,
Yes,
And then at some point, the defense, if they choose to, may ask you questions, and you have to answer those as well. You understand?
sí,
yes,
And Ms. Vasquez, we're talking today through an interpreter, but you do speak some English, is that correct?
sí,
yes,
Do you feel more comfortable in Spanish?
sí.
yes.
Now, we already said that you're Gabriela Gonzalez's mother. How old are you now?
Yo tengo 48, pero los cumplí el 25 de enero.
I'm 48, but I had my birthday on the 25th of January.
¿Y puedo decir algo más?
Can I say something else?
That's okay. Let's talk about Gabriela Gonzalez, and were you aware of the nature of the relationship between Gabriela Gonzalez and Harold Thompson?
Sí,
Yes,
Now, did you know Harold Thompson by that name or another name?
por otro nombre.
by another name,
What name did you know him by?
Trey.
Trey.
And when your daughter was seeing Trey, is that the name that you used to identify him?
Sí,
Yes,
Do you see Trey in the courtroom today?
sí.
yes,
Can you point him out and tell me something that he's wearing?
Es camisa como
it's a shirt,
de gris. Y
like gray.
If I'm in chair number 1, this is chair number 2, 3, 4, and 5, what chair would he be in?
la 4.
In number 4.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in open court.
The record will so reflect.
Now, how long did you know your daughter to date Trey?
Exactamente,
Exactly.
cuando yo me di cuenta que estaba con él fue cuando
When I realized that she was with him was
la hallé golpeada.
when I saw her beaten up.
Had you ever met him before that day?
¿A él?
Him?
Yes, Trey.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, so where would you see him?
La primera vez
The first time?
Yes, ma'am.
en mi casa.
In my house.
When about was that when he came to your house?
Fue en el año de 22,
It was in the year 22,
pero en el tiempo de calor.
but it was during the hot season.
So maybe the warmer months?
Sí.
Yes,
Puede ser entre julio, mayo.
it could be between June, July, May.
So why was he at your house?
Él llegó a la casa con mi hija, yo no estaba en casa.
Well, he came to the house with my daughter. I wasn't at home.
Well then, Ms. Vasquez, I want you to make sure you understand what I'm asking. When is the first time you saw him?
Esa vez.
That time.
Okay. You said you weren't at home.
No, pero yo llegué a la casa y lo hallé ahí.
No, but I came home and then I found him there.
Okay. So when you came home, he was at your house.
Sí.
Yes.
All right. And did you get a chance to talk to him?
Yo le pedí que se fuera de mi casa.
I asked him to leave my house.
All right. And did he leave?
Sí, mi hija no lo sacó.
Well, yes, my daughter took him out.
Did they leave together?
Sí,
Yes,
Did you see him on any other occasions?
ya no lo volví a ver hasta diciembre,
I didn't see him again until like December,
cuando la encontré en su apartamento
when I found, her in his apartment,
y estaba golpeada de su cara.
and her face was beaten up.
All right, and let's talk about that. You said you went to an apartment. Which apartment did you go to?
El departamento de mi hija.
My daughter's apartment.
And when you say, how many daughters do you have?
Tengo 3 con Gaby.
I have 3 with Gabby.
And whose apartment did you go to? Was it Gabby's apartment or one of your other daughters?
De Mileni.
No, in Milenis.
Did Melanie live in that apartment?
No,
No.
Who lived there?
Gaby.
Gabby?
So it was an apartment belonging to Melanie, but Gabby was living there.
Sí.
Yes.
And when you got to the apartment, what did you see?
Pues a ella golpeada.
Well, her beaten up.
Was she standing in the doorway when you got there?
Claro,
Of course.
ella me abrió la puerta.
She opened the door for me.
And you said her face was beaten up. What happened next once you saw her face beaten up?
Cuando yo la vi golpeada,
When I saw her beaten up,
pues claro que me subió mi coraje.
well, of course, the anger rose up.
Mirar a mi hija así.
To see my daughter like that,
Me fui
so
hacia el cuarto,
I went toward the room,
él estaba en el cuarto.
and he was in the room,
La puerta estaba laqueada, mi hija no me dejó entrar. ¿No?
and the door was locked. My daughter didn't let me go in,
Y yo le grité que se saliera
and I yelled at him to come out, to leave,
y él no quería salir.
but he didn't want to come out.
Y yo decía, si no te sales, le voy a hablar a la policía.
I said, if you don't come out, I'm going to call the police.
Y mi hija me decía, oh, no, ma, no le hables, ma, ya se
And
va.
my daughter said, no, Mom, don't call him, Mom, he's leaving now.
Y yo, que se vaya.
I said, for him to leave,
Y salió,
and so he came out,
y yo estaba en la puerta.
and I was in the door,
Mi hija también junto de la puerta.
and my daughter also was beside the door,
Él salió de la puerta,
so he came out of the door,
se volvió a regresar,
and he came back,
fue hacia la cocina,
and he went toward the kitchen,
pero cuando él entró para atrás,
but when he came back,
él trató de pucharme, me puchó.
and he tried to push me, well, he pushed me,
Entonces mi hija se puso en medio
and so my daughter got between us,
y le dijo, no, Tren.
and she said, no trade,
Y agarró su mochila,
and,
su cosa,
and he got his backpack, his stuff,
y se fue,
and he left.
pero no se fue completamente del edificio.
But he didn't completely leave the building,
Estaba dando vueltas nomás.
he was just going around.
Okay, so the same Trey that you had met at your house, that was the person who was in the apartment the day you saw Gabby beat up.
Sí,
Yes,
And to be fair, Ms. Vasquez, you didn't see him actually hit her, did you? Did you physically see him hit her that day? That day?
no lo vi físicamente,
I didn't see it physically.
All right, thank you, Ms. Vasquez. And so, but you chose to put him out of the apartment, correct?
sí,
Yes,
And so you said he went outside, but he was walking around like the apartment complex buildings?
sí,
yes,
And so, you saw him that day? Did you see him any other days?
sí lo miramos en los apartamentos caminando,
well, yes, we saw him in the apartments walking,
porque yo iba
because I went.
al apartamento a mirar a mi hija,
I went to the apartment to see my daughter,
porque yo no quería que él regresara al apartamento.
because I didn't want him to come back to the apartment.
The same one she was living in that belonged to Millie?
Sí,
Yes,
And you said you would see him walking around in that same complex?
Yes,
Now, did you see him any other days besides that?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to leading and ask for a running objection.
I asked if you saw, overruled. Did you see him any other days besides that?
Sí, después lo volvió a ir al apartamento él.
yes, he came back to the apartment.
Okay? And the same one Gabby was living in that belonged to Melanie?
Sí,
Yes,
And you saw him there?
sí, estaba dentro.
yes, he was inside.
Oh, he was back in that apartment that you had asked him to leave in that December day?
Sí,
Yes,
Did you talk to him that day?
no,
no,
Alright. When you saw him, have you seen him with his face uncovered?
no, siempre estaba tapado.
no, he was always covered up.
And when you say covered up, describe what you mean.
Siempre tenía una máscara,
He always had a mask.
And describe what would be covered up in the mask.
su cara,
His face,
Would any part of his face be uncovered?
nada más los ojos.
just the eyes.
And you said that he would be wearing that when you saw him in your daughter's apartment?
Cuando yo lo saqué, sí,
When I got him out, yes.
pero después en la otra ocasión que él se metió,
But later on, on the other occasion, when he went in,
no te voy a decir que yo lo miré, pero seguimos que era.
I'm not gonna say that I saw him,
Se llevó el carro de mi Gaby.
but he took my Gabby's car.
Ms. Vasquez, I just want to talk about when you saw him, did you see him wearing a mask on more than one occasion?
Sí,
Yes,
Now, let's go forward in time a little bit. Was there an occasion where you went to go pick up your daughter from a different apartment?
can you repeat it for me?
Was there a different time where you went to pick your daughter up in a different apartment?
sí,
Yes,
When was that?
fue en marzo.
it was
Ese
in,
marzo.
it was in March, that March.
In March. Now, if Gabby was killed in May 10th of 2023, was it the March right before that, or was it the year before?
Fue en marzo del año que ella murió.
It was in March of the year that she died.
Okay. So in March of 2023, can you tell the jury about how you went about picking her up from an apartment?
Sí.
Yes,
Mi hija me habló de una lavandería
my daughter called me from a laundromat.
un jueves
It was a Thursday
en la noche
at night.
y me dijo que
She told me
qué es lo que estaba pasando
what was going on,
y me dijo que fuera por ella.
and she told me to come get her.
Y yo fui el sábado,
And I went on Saturday.
me fui afuera del apartamento donde ella estaba
I went outside the apartment where she was,
a esperar que él se saliera,
and waiting for him to
Trey.
leave, Trey,
saliera del apartamento
to leave the apartment
a llevarme.
in order to take her with me.
Now, Ms. Vasquez, let me just get a couple details from you. You went to the apartment that you eventually went to, is that an apartment you had been to before?
Yo había ido a ese apartamento afuera
I've been to that apartment on the outside
a buscarla.
to look for her.
Now, is this the same apartment that you talked about before where Gabby was living in an apartment that belonged to Melanie?
No, diferentes.
No, these are different.
So this is a different apartment. Did you know, how did you get the address to even go there and know where she was living?
Yo anduve buscando esas áreas
I was looking in that area
yo hallé el carro de mi hija ahí.
I found my daughter's car there.
Entonces, yo buscaba en ese lugar donde estaba el carro parqueado.
So I was looking for that place where the car was parked.
These apartment complexes, do you remember where they are?
Se encuentran al lado del freeway del 12.
It's on the outside of the Freeway 12.
All right. And was this apartment complex near where Gabby was eventually killed?
Estaba cerca.
It was close.
Now, when you went there because your daughter called you, you said that you were waiting outside, is that correct?
Sí,
Yes,
What were you waiting for?
que él saliera para que mi hija se pudiera ir conmigo.
for him to leave so that my daughter could go with me.
Why did you not just go and knock on the apartment door and just go pick her up?
Porque no le permitía que hablara con nosotros.
Because he didn't allow her to speak with us.
So once you knew what Trey looked like, correct?
Sí, sí.
Yes, yes,
Did you see him leave the apartment that day?
Sí.
yes.
What did you do once you saw him leave the apartment?
Mi hija sacó su mano por la ventana
My daughter stuck her hand out of the window
y la movió.
and she moved it.
Entonces yo me acerqué hasta el apartamento
And so then I came up close to the apartment
y mi hija bajó,
and my daughter came down.
traía una canasta
And
de ropa,
she had a basket with clothes.
abrí la cajuela de mi carro,
And I opened the trunk of my car
le ayudé a echarla,
and I helped her to put it in
me fui con ella,
and I left with her.
paramos a un metro,
And we stopped at a
¿De
subway
teléfono?
station.
no del metro,
Oh, we stopped at a Metro phone store
a comprar un teléfono porque me dijo, ma,
to buy a telephone because she said, Mom,
necesito cambiar mis cuentas porque él me va a quitar mi dinero.
I need to change my accounts because he's going to take my money.
De ahí le compré su teléfono,
And then from there I bought her her phone
nos fuimos hacia la estación de policía
and we went to the police station
para que dijera lo que estaba pasando.
so that she could say what was going on.
Now, Ms. Vasquez, let's get the details of what you just told us. You said when you saw him leave, she put her hand out the window. Was that some signal that you guys had arranged?
Sí,
Yes,
porque el jueves,
because on Thursday,
cuando me habló,
when she called me,
me dijo que él se salía
she said that he goes out
a dar el pago del carro, pero
to go and make the car payment
entre 3 a 4 de la tarde.
between 3 and 4 in the afternoon.
All right. So once you made that signal, she came outside with the basket of clothes.
Sí, cuando hizo la seña yo
Yes.
me parqué
And so when she gave that signal, I parked.
en lo que ella salió,
And so in that time she comes down, she came
bajó
down,
con su ropa
she came down with her clothing
y la pusimos en el carro.
and we put it in the car
And you said you went and bought her another phone. Do you remember what phone number she was using at that time?
De memoria no lo tengo,
from,
pero
by
tengo en mi
memory,
teléfono.
by memory, I don't have it, but I have it in my phone.
Well, you don't remember it by memory, but do you have it, with looking at your phone, tell you what number that you got for her that day?
Su número de ella que tenía,
Her number that she had?
Yes,
sí, era el mismo.
Yes, it was the same one.
yeah. Go ahead and take a look, just to yourself. All right, did you have a chance to look at it, ma'am? And say yes out loud. What is the phone number?
469
601
601
6707.
6707.
Now, you went and got a new phone for her in that day in March. Was that the same phone number she was using when she called you and said, hey, come pick me up, when she called you from the laundromat?
No, es que ella no tenía su teléfono.
It said she didn't have her phone.
Okay.
Él le quitó el teléfono.
He took her phone away from her.
So when she came out with that basket of clothes, she did not have a phone?
No.
No.
Once you took her to get a phone and then to the police station, where did you take her next?
Hacia mi casa.
To my house.
Recogimos unas cosas
We picked up some things
y la llevé hacia Tempo, Texas.
and I took her to Temple, Texas.
And why did you take her to Temple?
Porque no quería que él me la matara.
Because I didn't want him to kill her.
Did she have family living down there?
Allá estaban sus hijos.
Well, that's where her children were.
Her children were down in Temple?
Sí.
Yes.
With, is that where her father lived, where their father lived? The children's father.
Sí.
Yes.
So in March, she goes down to Temple. At any point, does she come back to be in Dallas?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Actually, I think I skipped ahead a little bit, ma'am. You took her to Temple. Did you come back to Dallas right away?
Ese mismo día.
That same day.
What kind of work do you do?
Yo trabajo en una compañía.
I work in a company.
What kind of company?
Es para, hacemos,
We do.
se hace todo tipo de hotelerías.
We do all type of hotel work.
Todo eso, varías, todo lo que lleva el hotel. Cortinas.
Oh, we do things like curtains, like the
Todo lo que
rods,
es un hotel.
everything that has to do with hotels.
So when you came back, after dropping her off in Temple, did you eventually go back and try to get her car?
Fue
It was,
entre la semana.
it was within the week.
The same week of her leaving the apartment and going to Temple.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury why you went to go get her car?
Porque era de mi hija y estaba quebrado.
Well, because it was my daughter's and it was broken.
Y mi hija
And my daughter,
quería su carro.
and my daughter wanted her car.
Where was the car?
En el apartamento de donde yo la levanté.
In the apartments where I picked her up.
The car could not run, correct?
Objection leading, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Apologize, Your Honor. When you went to, why did you go to that complex? When you went to that complex to get the car, how did you know where it was?
Porque yo de ahí me llevé a mi hija y ahí estaba su carro.
Well, because that's where I got my daughter and that's where her car was.
Was it your idea, how were you gonna get the car away from that apartment?
Mi hija le habló a una compañía de grúas
My daughter called a tow company
y me dijo, mamá, dijo, ve para que recojan mi carro.
and she said, Mom, go so you can pick up my car.
Y yo fui.
And I went.
Where was your daughter calling you from?
De su celular de ella.
From her cell phone
And where was she physically?
En Tempo.
in Temple.
And so, did you go to get the car and meet the tow truck company?
Sí.
Yes.
What happened once you got there?
Cuando yo llegué,
When I arrived, Trey, well, that's what we knew him by.
Él bajó,
He came down,
cubierto como siempre,
covered up like always.
cruzó enfrente de mi carro y se puso hacia el lado
He
de mi
came,
carro.
he crossed in front of my car and he got beside my car
Traía su pistola,
and he had his pistol.
me la puso aquí debajo de su,
He put
de
it,
aquí,
he put it underneath here.
y me dijo,
And he said to me,
yo le dije,
and I said to him,
¿quieres tu dinero? Dijo,
he
porque él pagaba
said, he
su,
said, do you want your money? Because he paid.
él dijo sí,
And he said, yes.
y le dije, yo voy por tu dinero.
And I said, I'll go for your money.
Entonces él se volvió a regresar para arriba
And so he went back up.
y yo me parqué más adelante.
And so I parked further down.
Let me break it up right there and let's make sure we understand the details, man. You said you saw Trey come out of the apartment, is that right?
Sí,
Yes,
You said he had something under his arm. What did he have under his arm?
una pistola.
a pistol.
Can you stand up and show the jurors how he was holding it?
Así.
Like this.
Y me miraba así.
And he looked at me like this.
Now, you said you talked to him about making payments on the car?
Can you repeat it for me?
You said something about money or paying about the car?
Sí,
Yes.
And you talked to him about it?
sí.
Yes.
And after he went upstairs, what happened next?
Estaba el señor de la reca.
The man from the tow truck.
Did the police eventually come out?
Sí llegó.
Yes. It arrived.
Did you eventually get you can sit down, man. Were you eventually able to get the car towed?
Sí.
Yes.
May I approach your honor?
You may.
I was gonna ask you, 118 and 119. I'm gonna now show you what's been previously admitted as States Exhibits 118 and 119. Permission to publish, your honor?
You may.
Ms. Vasquez, is this the car that we're talking about?
Sí.
Yes.
The car that you attempted to have towed?
Ese es.
That one is.
Sí.
That's it. Yes.
Judge, may we have the lights dim just a little bit? And who's there in the side?
Trent.
Trey.
I'm gonna show you what's been admitted as State Exhibit 19.
No, I'm talking about the lights. That's my God.
Okay, who's in this photograph?
The Trent.
Trey.
Is this the way he was dressed when you saw him come down with that gun the day you were towing the car?
Sí.
Yes.
And again, this was in March.
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Was the mask that we see in that picture, is that similar to the type of mask you see him in on other occasions?
Sí.
Yes.
Let's move forward in time a little bit, Ms. Vasquez. At some point, were you made aware that Gabby was pregnant?
Sí.
Yes.
And Did you know at some point she was gonna terminate that pregnancy?
Sí me enteré.
Yes, I became aware of that.
Now, we know that she was killed on May 10th, 2023. Going backwards from that day, when was the last time you physically saw Gabriella?
Me vino el domingo cuando se fue a Colorado.
I saw her on Sunday when she went to Colorado.
The Sunday before she was killed?
Sí.
Yes,
Now, had she been back in Dallas or living back in Dallas at that time?
No, ella regresó de Tempo.
no, she came back from Temple.
She came up from Temple to go to Colorado.
Ella vino de Tempo a Dallas
She came from Temple to Dallas
para dejarme su niña
to leave her daughter with me,
y de ahí se fue.
and then from there she left.
Did you see her again at all before May 10th, 2023?
Pues la miré ese día que llegó de Tempo el domingo en la mañana a mi casa.
Well, I saw her that day that she came from Temple, that Sunday, in the morning when she came to my house.
When did you believe she was going to come back? What date?
Ella venía el 10 de mayo.
She was coming on the 10th of May.
Did you get a chance to see her on the 4th of May?
Tírala que es un piso.
She was stretched out on the floor or on the ground.
Sacaron a animal para que me la dejara allí.
She shouldn't have been left there.
Ms. Vasquez, I understand that we're asking very difficult questions. Did you see her at the gas station off of Loop 12?
Tirada.
Stretched out.
And this was after she had been killed?
Sí.
Yes.
I did forget to ask you, Ms. Vasquez, we keep calling her Gabriela Gonzalez. What is her full name?
Gabriela Ivette González
Gabriela Yvette Gonzalez
Vázquez.
Vasquez.
Okay, and so her middle name is Yvette.
Ivette.
Yvette.
And how do you spell that?
Es una Y. Oh,
It's Y,
¿cómo se escribe Ivette?
just how Yvette is written.
Yes, how does it spell?
Okay. It's Y,
Es una B, una E, una T, E.
okay, Vette.
Nothing further, we'll pass it with you.
Get that?
Just, Helen, if she needs a minute to compose herself, my questions are very lengthy. I wouldn't mind us taking a break if she needed it.
Ms. Vasquez, do you need a short break, or can you, go on? I would say go on, go ahead, Councilman.
Okay. Good morning, Ms. Vasquez.
Buenos días.
My name is Ms. Walton. I'm gonna be asking you some questions about some of the things you said to the prosecution, okay? If you
Yes.
don't, I'm sorry, did you need me to speak louder?
No, a little bit more slowly, please.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That's gonna be a challenge for me, but I'll try. If I start speaking too fast, just let me know, because it's a bad habit. Okay,
I'll just do like this.
perfect, okay. Did you get all what I just said?
Yeah, I mean, we're,
You're good, okay.
I thought you were directing to me. Okay.
Okay. Wait, I'm sorry, Judge. Did she ask me to speak slow or the interpreter? I'm confused.
The interpreter.
Okay, perfect. I just want to make
Yes,
sure.
yeah, for the record, the interpreter was used.
Got it. Okay. Okay.
The defense attorney speak a bit more slowly.
I'm gonna be asking you some questions. And if you don't understand my question, just let me know. And I'll rephrase it.
Yes,
Is that fair?
yes.
Okay. And the questions I ask you, if you could only answer the question that I ask you, if you need to add something else to it later on, you can do that with the prosecution. Okay,
Yes.
okay. So, I want to go through your testimony. You said that the first time you met the person they called Trey was in 2022 in your house during the warmer months of either May, June, or July.
Yes.
And he was at your house with your daughter Gabriella, correct?
Sí,
Yes.
And do you know how long he had been there before you got there?
no,
No.
And where was your house? Where was it located?
mi casa,
My house?
Yes, your house.
mi casa se encuentra en el área de Oak Cliff.
My house is found in the Oak Cliff area.
And there was testimony that your house was closer to where one of your grandkids went to school at Faith Family?
Sí,
Yes.
Okay, so off of Keast, is that close to the right location? Keast Boulevard, that general area of Oak Cliff?
Keith and Beckley.
Keyston Beckley, Keyston Beckley.
Okay, and for record purposes, you gotta let me completely stop talking before you start answering, because the court reporter here is taking down everything that you and I are both saying, and she'll get really mad if we both talk at the same time.
Yes.
Okay, so your house is located off of Keast and Beckley.
Well, let me correct that impression. My court reporter does not get mad, but she will point it out that you all are talking over each other, okay? All right, she's a sweet lady. Go ahead.
My apologies to the court reporter. So Keast and Beckley in Oak Cliff is where your house was located at the time that you met the person that is being referred to as Trey for the first time.
Yes.
Okay. And who all lived with you in the house at that time?
Mi esposo,
My husband,
yo,
myself,
nada más.
that's it.
Okay. Just you and your husband. So when you came home that day, was your husband there?
No,
No.
Okay. So just Gabby and Trey.
y Luna.
And Luna.
Another daughter?
No,
Who's Luna?
la bebé de mi hija.
My daughter's baby.
Okay. The youngest child.
Is that
Yes.
the victim's daughter?
Yeah, she said her daughter's child.
Yes, the victim, is that the victim's daughter? Which is her grandchild?
Sí, sí,
Yes, yes.
And so when you came home and said, and saw he was there, your testimony was for him to leave your house.
sí,
Yes.
And you said that your daughter left with him.
sí.
And did she leave Luna with you, or did Luna go as well?
se quedó conmigo.
She stayed with me.
Did you have custody of Luna?
No,
No,
Okay, so Luna was one of the 3 kids that the father had custody of in Temple, is that right?
sí,
yes,
Okay. And at that time, the other 2 kids were not at your house, correct?
no,
no.
That's not correct, or that is correct? Do I need to rephrase it?
no, igual,
No, the same?
Could you, ask your question again, please?
The other 2 kids of Gabriella were at that time in 2022, were they in Temple?
en Tempo con el papá.
In Temple with the father.
Okay. Now, how long would you say you were at the house before you asked your daughter, or before your daughter and Trey left?
No mucho tiempo, yo regresé a mi trabajo.
Not long. I came back from my job.
You had just gotten off from work and came home?
Sí, porque yo fui a la escuela
Well, yes, well, I went to the school
a recoger a mi nieta,
to pick up my granddaughter,
pasé a mi casa
and then I went by my house,
y hallé a mi hija en la casa con Trey.
and I found my daughter in the house with Trey,
Entonces yo me molesté
and so then I got annoyed,
y le pedí que se fuera.
and I asked him to leave.
Okay, so let me back you up a minute. So, okay. You said you had just gotten off from work, but you were going to pick up your grandkids from school.
Pasé por una niña nomás.
I went for a girl only.
What girl?
A mi nieta, a hija de una de mis hijas.
My granddaughter, the daughter of one of my daughters.
One of the other daughters?
Una de las otras hijas.
Sí, okay,
Yeah.
all right, okay. So we're talking about somebody else's child. Okay.
Sí,
Yes,
Okay, so you got from work, went to the school to pick up another daughter's child, and then you came home?
sí.
yes.
Okay. All right. And so the question I asked you that we got to this on was, how long after you got home did your daughter and Trey leave your house? You said not long. Is that less than 5 minutes?
En cuanto llegué, los hallé dentro de mi casa,
So when I got home, I found them there inside my house,
en una de las recámaras,
in one of the bedrooms,
sentado,
sitting down,
mirando tele.
sitting down, watching TV.
Mi hija estaba dormida en la cama
My daughter was asleep on the bed,
y yo me molesté.
and I got annoyed.
Okay, well, let me stop you, because my question is, I'm just trying to figure out how long after you got home and before they left. Because you said you got home, told them to leave. What was that time frame?
Unos 5 minutos.
Like 5 minutes.
Okay, all right. So you saw, they were there for 5 minutes once you walked in. You told them to leave, they left. So that was the first time you saw Trey, correct?
Sí,
Okay.
Yes,
And then let's go to the second time you said that you saw Trey. So your testimony was that you got to your daughter's apartment And this was the apartment the other daughter let her live in, correct?
Sí.
Okay. And you got to that apartment and your daughter opened the door. You got angry by what you saw and you put Trey out of that apartment as well, correct?
Sí.
Yes,
And what was the amount of time you would say passed from the time you walked in the door that your daughter opened until you put him out of the door and made him leave? Less than 5 minutes?
Un poquito más.
a little bit more.
Okay, less than 10 minutes?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, less than 10 minutes. And then you said you had seen him walking around the apartment complex when you came to check on your daughter.
Cuando yo lo saqué del apartamento,
When I got him out of, when I got him out of the apartment,
él no se fue,
he didn't leave,
andaba en los apartamentos.
he was walking around the apartment.
Okay, so that was the same time, that wasn't a different time.
Fue ese mismo día.
It was that same day.
Okay, same day, same time, okay. So were there any other times that you had been in Trey's presence, other than those 2 times?
Sí.
Yes,
Okay, when was the next time?
Fue en enero.
it was in January.
January of what year?
Del, ya era 23.
Well, then it was 23.
Okay. So we've got 2022, and then the second time at the daughter's apartment was 2022 as well? Or 2020, okay, it was 2022. And then you just said January of 2023. Yes?
Fue el accidente, lo que pasó fue en el año 22 de diciembre.
Well, what happened was in December 2022,
Cuando yo lo saqué a él del apartamento.
when
Okay.
I kicked
Okay.
him out of the apartment.
Okay, because you said January of 23. So you mean in December of 22?
Diciembre de 2022.
In December of 2022,
Okay. Okay.
Hold on, I think we're confused here. Ma'am, that first time that you, kicked the defendant out of your daughter's apartment, what month or year was that?
22.
22,
2022? Okay. Defense counsel also asked you the second time that you, saw the defendant. This was at your house in Oak Cliff, correct?
yes,
When was that? What year was that?
22.
22,
2022, thank you.
Yeah, Judge, just to clarify, they're inverted. Her house was the first house. The daughter's apartment was the second event. Yeah, she said her house was the warmer months, May, June, July of 2022. And I apologize about my voice. It keeps coming and going.
That's fine. So the third incident you're talking about?
Yeah, she said January 2023, but I'm trying to figure out, because then she just said December of 2022. So I'm trying to ascertain or figure out, is it, okay, just for clarity purposes. You said January 2023. Did you mean December 2022?
No.
no,
Okay. 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 So, okay, well, you just referenced January 2023. So where did you see Trey in January 2023?
En enero
in January
del 22, del 23, perdón,
of 23, excuse me,
tuvimos un problema.
we had a problem.
Se volvió a meter al apartamento.
He got back in, he got back in the apartment.
Well, hold on, which apartment are we talking about? Because,
Donde vivía Gabriela.
Where Gabriela was living.
well, we talked about 2 different apartments where Gabriela was living. So which one?
En el apartamento de Mileni.
In Milene's apartment.
Okay, the other sister's apartment, well, your other daughter's apartment.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, so okay, so I'm all about a timeline here. So she was in the daughter's apartment. Gabriella was in your other daughter's apartment in 2022, because that's where you said you put him out of that apartment. And so now, we're in January of 2023, and we're still at your other daughter's apartment that Gabriella is in. Is that correct?
Me confunde.
It confuses me.
Me too. Okay. Well, we'll just go with what you said. You said in January 2023, your daughter Gabriella was still at the other daughter's apartment. That's what you just testified to.
Sí.
Okay.
Sí.
Yes, yes.
And somehow Trey was back in that apartment with Gabriella.
Sí.
Yes.
And did you have to come back in January 2023 to put him out again?
Sí.
Yes.
So, how long was your your other daughter's lease for this apartment? Because now we're into another different year. How long was that lease for that apartment? Do you know?
Your Honor, I would just relevance,
I'm sorry, what?
relevance, Your Honor.
Overall,
You can answer the question.
Por año.
For a year.
Okay. Do you know what month it ended?
No.
Okay. Do you know at what point Gabriella left your other daughter's apartment and went to the second apartment?
Cuando la golpeó en
Wait.
diciembre.
When he beat her up in December.
Now, out of fairness, Ms. Vasquez, you keep stating what he did and him beating her up and all the other things you said on direct. You have never, with your own eyes, seen the person you keep calling his Trey physically beat your daughter up, correct?
¿Cómo?
You have never seen him physically beat her up. You've never seen that, correct?
No.
No.
That's not correct?
Pero sé que la golpeaba.
But I know that he beat her up.
That's not my question. You've never physically seen the person you keep calling Trey.
I think perhaps you should phrase your question simpler, like.
I don't know how to make it any simpler, Judge.
Have you ever seen the defendant beat the complainant up? I think
She
she'll
doesn't know who
understand
the
that
complainant
better.
is. I mean, I get, okay.
Yeah, make it
Well-
simple, due to the language problem. Even though we have an
The
interpreter.
question is no, or is that incorrect?
Well,
I understand, I'm not trying to.
Ms. Vasquez, were you present? Okay, let me ask it this way. The times you've seen the person that you're calling Trey, right? Did you ever see him hit Gabriella?
No.
No.
Thank you. Okay, so let's go back to this, I wanna dissect, well, let me not say dissect, I wanna, okay, never mind. Let's go back over the questions. So, we have 3 different incidents where you've seen the person you call Trey. Does that sound right to you?
¿Que si la ha visto?
If I've seen that person, if I've seen him,
Yeah, when you interacted with him.
Cuando usted ha tenido interacción con esa persona.
¿sí?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now, you talked, your daughter, when you went to the apartment that you said her car was parked at, right?
Yes.
You said that, well, let me ask you this. She wasn't working, right? Your daughter didn't have a job at that time.
Acababa de dejar su trabajo del metro porque él no lo dejaba.
She had just left her job at Metro because he didn't let her.
Objection, not responsive. She wasn't working at that time.
No.
No,
Okay. So, you had said that he went to pay her car note.
Porque ella tenía su dinero de sus taxas.
because she had her money from her taxes.
Okay, but okay. You said he went to pay her car note, and when you showed up with, or not showed up, when you were there with the tow truck driver, you said, you asked him, do you want your money? And he said yes.
Sí.
Yes,
Okay, so that was the money that was for the car payment he made, right?
¿Puedo hacer una pregunta?
may I ask a question?
You cannot ask me a question. If you don't understand something, just let me know and I'll try to rephrase it. Did you need me to rephrase the question?
No la entiendo, pero
No, I understand it, but
Okay, so the testimony you said on direct was that you waited until he went to make the car payment, and that's when the daughter came out. And when you interacted with Trey, you asked Trey, do you want your money? And Trey said yes. And you said, I'll go get it.
sí.
So this was the money that he made the car payment on, is that right?
Sí.
yes,
Okay. And did Trey speak Spanish?
No, pero me entendía.
no, but he understood me.
And you're assuming he understood you?
Sí.
Yes,
Okay. And did you go get his money and bring it back to him?
No.
no,
Okay. Now, isn't it true that your daughter actually broke her phone, which is why she needed a new phone?
Claro que no.
of course not.
And how do you know that? Did you live there at the place with them?
No conocí, no vivía, pero conocí a mi hija.
I didn't live there, but I knew my daughter.
Okay. How often did you and your daughter talk?
Con mis hijas he tenido comunicación de todos los días.
But with my daughters, I've had daily communication,
Excepto,
except
cuando ella estaba con él, tuvimos comunicación.
when she was with him, we lost communication.
So for 2 years, you lost communication with your daughter?
Es que no eran 2 años.
It's that it wasn't 2 years.
Okay, well, you said you had daily communication with your daughter, correct?
Sí, señora.
Yes, ma'am.
Antes de que estuviera con él.
Before she was with him.
I got it. Okay, so when, according to your testimony, when she got with him, the daily communication stopped, correct?
Sí.
Yes,
And according to your testimony, on direct, the first time she was dating Trey, that you met him was in the summer months, May, June, or July of 2022.
Sí.
So when I say 2 years, you didn't have daily communication with your daughter for 2 years.
No fueron 2 años.
it wasn't 2 years.
Desde cuando él comenzó a vivir en el apartamento con mi hija,
Since he started living in the apartment with my daughter,
fue cuando yo perdía comunicación con mi hija diaria.
it was when I lost daily communication with my daughter.
Okay, well, Fair enough. But you remember testifying on the stand where you're at now, that in 2022, you had to go put him out of the apartment, and he had to go get his belongings out of another room before he left. Remember that testimony?
Can you repeat it for me?
Okay. You testified that in 2022, you had to put Trey out of your daughter's apartment that she was living in. The apartment the other daughter had in her name. Remember that?
Sí.
Yes,
Okay. And you gave us the whole spiel about what happened when you entered the apartment. Remember that?
Sí.
yes,
And one thing you said was, he went and got his belongings and then left. You remember that?
El mismo día fue una mochila, no tenía ropa.
that
no
same
era
day,
cosa.
it was a backpack, he didn't have clothes and other things.
Okay. You also said that you had to come back to the apartment another day to get him out, right?
Sí.
Yes,
But it's your testimony that they weren't together during that time. Is that your testimony?
Sí.
yes,
Okay. So in your mind, you don't feel like they were together until December? Almost 2 years later?
No, es que nunca fueron 2 años.
no,
No entiendo eso.
it was never 2 years, I don't understand that.
Okay. Well, I asked you, I said, when do you believe that they were together then? If you don't believe that they were together as a couple starting in 2022, when do you believe they became together as a couple based on your opinion?
Sería en diciembre
It would be December.
Of 2023,
22.
2022, which year?
22.
22,
Okay, so they became a couple according to you December 2022, and that's when you no longer had daily communication with your daughter beginning December of 2022.
Sí.
yes,
Okay. Now, you said you took your daughter to Temple, and you said she came back. So in March, you took her to Temple.
Sí.
March of 2024. No, what year?
¿Cómo? ¿Está
Okay.
equivocado usted?
no, you're mistaken,
Okay, what year of March?
Fue en el 23.
it was in 23.
Okay. So March of 2023, you took her to Temple. And did she
Yes.
have family in Temple besides the father of her kids?
Claro que sí.
Of course, yeah, of course so.
Who was she living with?
Vivía con mi amiga.
She lived with my friend,
Okay. Was your friend,
Sí.
yes,
was this a male or a female friend?
Mujer.
a woman,
Y por,
Okay. And also in Temple, the father of her kids, Lorenzo, he had custody of the 3 children?
los dos tenían custodia de sus
the
hijos.
two, he had the custody of his children,
Which were the 10, 9, and 4-year-old?
Sí,
Yes,
Okay. And so she went to Temple, and then she came back to Dallas.
sí,
yes,
And when she came back to Dallas, she rented a car, right?
sí,
yes,
Okay, so she had a way to get around, correct?
sí,
yes,
Okay, and then she went, you said, you talked to her the day that she was leaving to go to Colorado.
sí, llegó,
Okay.
llegó a mi casa.
yes, she came to my house.
Okay, and I believe you testified, well, not I believe, you testified earlier that you knew that she was pregnant.
En ese tiempo me di cuenta.
At that time, I realized,
Okay. But you found out after she came back from Colorado that she was pregnant?
No, señora.
no ma'am,
But that's what you said earlier. So, before she went to Colorado, you knew she was pregnant?
Sí,
yes,
I know. Now, isn't it true, you said you found out afterwards that she was pregnant?
no entiendo sus preguntas ya, oiga.
I don't understand your question now, listen to me.
Estoy obligada a contestar todo esto.
Am I required to answer, to respond to all of this?
Yes, you are, ma'am. Okay. So the question is, when did you first learn that your daughter was pregnant? When did you first learn?
La fecha correcta no la tengo, pero sí,
The correct date, I don't have it, but
sí me enteré.
yes, I found out.
Was that before she went to Colorado or after?
Antes de irse a Colorado.
Before she went to Colorado,
When she came back from Temple or before she went to Temple?
Cuando estaba en Tempo.
when she was in Temple.
Is when you first heard or learned that she was pregnant? Thank you.
And when your daughter came back from Colorado, where did she go?
Con todo su respeto que se merecen todos aquí,
With the due respect for that all the people present deserve,
él sabe perfectamente que me le hizo.
I'm objecting as not responsive, Your Honor.
Disculpe.
I haven't heard the answer.
Well,
Your
she's
Honor,
about to.
I would ask that you just admonish her that she can only answer the question she asked, make no other statements.
That's correct, Ms. Vasquez. Please answer only the questions, okay? When the state asks you questions, there may be, they can ask you what it is that you want to be asked, okay?
Pido una disculpa.
okay, I ask you to excuse me.
¿Me
What-
repite la pregunta, por
Can you
favor?
repeat the question? for me,
Okay,
please?
absolutely. When Gabriella came back from Colorado, I'll try to make it simpler. When Gabriella came back from Colorado, did she stay at your house?
Cuando ella regresó a Colorado, ella no llegó a mi casa.
When she came back from Colorado, she didn't come to my house.
Okay, and do you know where she went and stayed when she came back from Colorado?
Sí,
Yes,
me mataron en una gasolinera.
yet they killed her in a gas station.
Do you know where she stayed when she came back from Colorado?
No, es que yo no sé.
No, it's that I don't know.
Okay, and that's fine. If you don't know, that's okay. I just wanna know what you know. Now, you said that you were going to get the car towed at the apartment complex because it was your daughter's car and she wanted her car. Right?
Sí,
Yes,
And the car wasn't working, right?
No,
No,
It couldn't be driven,
no,
no,
okay, and that's why it had to be towed.
sí,
yes,
And when you're saying no, it's just for record purposes, you're agreeing, right?
sí,
yes.
Okay, I just wanna make sure the record is clear. So, the car had been sitting there for a while because she couldn't drive the car, right?
sí.
Yes.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
State,
Nothing further.
they just want to say release.
No objection from the state.
Defense. Defense.
We asked that she be subject to recall, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Vasquez, you are free to step down at this time, but please stay in touch with the state because either side may wish to recall you, okay? All right. Call your next witness.
State calls Officer Anderson. Oh, yes, may the interpreter be released, Your Honor.
Yes. But stay in touch with the state in case Ms. Vasquez gets called again, okay?
Yeah, they'll get your phone number, stuff, and then
Would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You can sit. State may proceed.
All right. Good morning, sir. Can you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Jonathan Anderson. I'm a police officer with Dallas Police Department. Last name is Anderson, Anderson.
And how long have you been a police officer, sir?
10 years.
And what does it take to become a police officer?
After you're approved for the applicant processing, you go through the academy, which is about 9 months long, and then there's a field training program for another few months. I don't know exactly off the top of my head.
And what is your role with the Dallas Police Department?
I'm a patrol officer. I've worked patrol for my entire career.
Can you tell the jury what the duties of a patrol officer is, or are, excuse me?
So answer calls for service, traffic stops, any other kind of assignments that the division needs.
And when you say calls for service, are you talking about if someone calls 911?
Yes,
You might be one of the people that might show up.
that's correct.
Do you work a particular beat or area of Dallas?
Yes, sir, Southwest Patrol. So
What part of Dallas is that in?
Oak Cliff area, so south of the Trinity River, and then west of I-35.
Were you working that same area or beat back in May of 2023?
Yes, I was.
And what shift were you working at that time?
That's the day shift.
What hours are those?
At that time, I believe it was 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. We switched recently, it might have been 7 a.m. to 3 p.m.
So either 6 or 7 in the morning till 2 or 3 in the afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Now, we're here talking about things that happened on May the 10th of 2023, where you called to become part of an investigation starting at a Shell gas station.
Yes, it was.
All right, do you recall exactly or about what time you would have gone out there?
I believe it was around 8 in the morning.
And what was your role once you got there?
I went to the gas station originally to help secure the crime scene until it could be processed.
And when you say secure the crime scene, what does that mean?
So I wasn't the first officer there. The perimeter had already been set up, and I was just maintaining the security of the crime scene, keeping everyone out of the crime scene tape there, off there.
Are you one of the main investigators or, dealing with either physical evidence section or detective?
No, not on that.
Are those different roles on a team of officers?
Yes.
Once you were there, securing the scene, what did you do next?
After I was done with that and the scene was processed, we learned the information about where the suspect might be at a nearby location. So I went to Kelso Street, that address.
Would that be 632 Kelso Street?
Yes, that's correct.
Was that somewhere in an area near?
Yes, it was close by.
All right. And once you get that type of information, and you're going to that address, why are you going to that address?
To try and find the suspect, because he was still at large at that time.
And in sharing information with officers, do you know, by that time, did you either know a name or description of the person you were looking for?
Yes, we did.
All right. And was that Harold Thompson?
Yes, sir, it was.
And I think I might have, once you got to that residence, what happened and what did you find?
I was with another officer, and we were waiting by the house, and she observed a vehicle leaving that house. So she stopped the vehicle on a traffic stop, and I backed her up. We made contact with people in the car.
So some people came out of the house
Yes, sir.
and got into a car. Was that car stopped?
Yes, it was.
And about what time are we talking about?
Might have been an hour and a half after I first responded to this call, so 9:30, maybe 10.
So we're still in the morning of May 10th, 2023.
Yes, sir.
Did you ultimately find out who was in that car?
Yes.
Who was in the car?
Was suspect's mother and sister.
All right. And so, why was it important for you to talk to his mother and sister at that time on May 10th, 2023?
We were still trying to locate where the suspect was, so any information about that would be helpful, or if he was even at that house to begin with.
Did you end up talking to his mother?
Yes, I did.
Did she give you any information about whether or not she had heard from the suspect, Harold Thompson?
Yes, she did.
What information did she give you?
She said that,
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Your Honor, this, one is not offered for truth, and it goes to the effect on the listener. It tells the officers in what direction they were leading, and there's also some additional predicate I can lay for this as
Yes,
well.
lay the predicate.
All right.
Defense objection is sustained.
When you-
Raise your question.
Yes, Your Honor. When you talked to his mother, in what kind of demeanor or condition was she in?
she was very emotional, worked up, I guess. She was very concerned and, yeah, not calm at all.
Did she seem under the influence of a recent event?
Yes.
When you talked to her, was she telling you about things that had just happened earlier that morning?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would resubmit the ability for this officer to answer the question. It's not offered for truth. It's a present sense impression and an excited utterance.
Your Honor, excited utterance isn't coming from the suspect's, purported suspect's mother. we assert that, one, the information is offered for the truth of the matter asserted. They are going to elicit this information to state that it is factual and that it is true, and that's why they're actually trying to bring it out now. We also, our other objection is that the proper predicate has not been laid for this video that they're trying to play through this particular officer.
I haven't heard
Well,
any
I'm-
testimony about a video.
Well, that's what he's coming with next. That's why he said the next thing.
I don't know that, Counsel.
Well, my first objection, Your Honor, is my objection. And I'll save the second objection for the video.
Thank you. Defense objection is sustained regarding hearsay. Unless the state is just eliciting from this witness what he did in response to whatever information the mother gave him.
And Your Honor, I believe that's exactly where we're going with this, is that this gave direction to the further efforts of the investigation.
All right, so don't ask him what she said.
Did you allow them to leave based on what they told you?
No, we did not.
Why did you not allow them to leave?
We had officers in the area trying to locate the suspect, and we didn't want any family members getting in between us trying to find suspect at that time. No, it was a safety issue.
Were you, once they weren't allowed to leave, what did you do? Did you stay and make sure that they did not leave?
Yes, sir, we did.
Did you have any other did you pass on the information that you got to other officers in directing them where to look and what to do?
At that time, we already had an idea of some nearby apartments where he might be staying at. And the mother did confirm that she knew that he might be in the
Objection, Your
apartment.
Honor, as to what mother knew, cause for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you pass on that, the information that you got from the mother to other officers conducting their investigation as well?
I don't believe I did. I think it was already known at that time.
Now, Officer Anderson, were you wearing a body camera that day?
Yes, sir, it was.
Did it record the events as you described?
Yes, it did.
Did it record the demeanor of the defendant, excuse me, the suspect's mother that you talked to that day?
Yes, it did.
And did the information that you were able to elicit from her, is it contained within that?
Yes, sir, it is.
Have you reviewed that video in anticipation of your testimony?
Yes, sir.
And is it altered, deleted in any way?
No, sir.
Will offer State Exhibit 120 having previously tendered to defense?
And this is my objection, Your Honor, for States 120. That one, the proper predicate has not been laid for the admissibility of this body cam video. Two, there are a number of statements on the video from, it was during school time, a number of statements from a number of different people on this video that would amount to hearsay that are contained in this video. And for those reasons, did I say proper predicate hadn't been laid? I did say that right. If I didn't, I'll re-say it. Proper predicate hadn't been laid for the admissibility of this body cam video from this particular officer. There are other people in this, this particular body cam that are making statements that would constitute hearsay. And there is another officer, or is this the second video? There are two officers in this video, right? Okay, there's another officer in this video as well, that is making statements as well, so we would object for the reasons that I had stated to States 120.
All right, what's the state's response?
Our response, Your Honor, is one, that the video itself, the predicate has been laid towards his admissibility. We've already had testimony from the officer that he's reviewed the contents and it has not been altered or deleted based on his review until now. Now, for the record, Your Honor, we have provided this audio to the defense and made redactions to this audio in agreement with the defense as to statements made by any other officer at the scene. So only statements.
Okay, say that again, counsel. You had an agreement as to what?
Redactions of sound from conversations between this officer and any other officer on the video. The statements made by the suspect's mother are present sense impressions. They're also excited utterances that are included, and that we believe that those are the exceptions to hearsay. We believe the information that is given, it's information that has an effect on the listener and had an effect on the actions of this officer. He already testified that he would not let them leave based on what they told him. So I believe for all those reasons they're admissible, but we'd ask the court to review the video if they believe for admissibility, if you need to review before it's admitted to the jury and published.
If I may, Your Honor, just to clear the record, just a response?
Would you?
Yes, opposing counsel said there was an agreement between us. There is no such agreement for the admissibility of this particular item. What we discussed was the content of the two officers that they were having about the suspect, about the alleged shooting, and all of that. That was going on, and the statements made was, you know they can't come in. So that was what we talked about. There is no such agreement for any admissibility. In fact, I even told him that I did not agree to it. So I just want to make sure that record is clear when he got up and said there was an agreement between us.
All right, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, only that I agree with the defense that the agreement was what should be redacted.
Okay. All right, regarding the other officers' statements on the video, I will sustain the defendant's objection unless the state intends to call said officer to testify. But I will need to review the video itself regarding the defendant's mother's statements. Otherwise, any of the statements made by the officer and whatever the court sustains regarding the defendant's objections would have to be not only redacted but excised from the video.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you a 5-minute break. Well, let's make it 10 minutes, and we'll be back shortly.
All rise.
you.
Statement proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Are you comfortable there, sir?
Yes.
All right, so we already talked about you going out to the address. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
At 632 Kelso Drive. Not far from the Shell station, that's the subject of your investigation, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you've gone there and you said that you were able to talk to the suspect's mother, is that right?
Yes.
Would that be a person by the name of Melody Nobles?
Yes, that's sir.
All right. You talked about her demeanor. What was her demeanor like?
She was very excited, almost hysterical, crying. She was very concerned about whatever situation was going on.
You might have to keep your voice up just a little bit. You can move that microphone up. You don't have to lean into it, but just talk into it as loud as you can, okay? You said she was hysterical crying?
Yes.
Did she tell you why she was hysterical crying?
She said she received a phone call, but her son had called to say that he loved her and to tell the sisters that he loved them too.
And did she tell you if that call had happened that morning?
She said it had just taken place earlier.
Did she tell you anything, did she tell you whether she had seen him that day?
She said she hadn't seen him for, I guess, a few days, and she was just really concerned about, I guess, his well-being, his safety as well.
Was this after you had left the Shell gas station?
Yes.
Do you remember exactly what time it was?
I do not. It was within an hour, maybe an hour and a half. Or after leaving the Shell station, that was maybe within 30 minutes.
So after you left the Shell station, after securing the scene, this is when this conversation took place?
Yes, that's correct.
Did she tell you whether or not she had tried to reach out to him after he had made that phone call?
Yes, and she said she tried calling him, but I guess the phone was off, or she couldn't get through.
Thank you, officer. Pass the witness.
Now, Officer Anderson, she wasn't talking to you when she was making these statements, right? She was talking to another officer, correct? The female officer who was there with her, correct?
We were both there. I don't remember at which time she was speaking to.
Well, let me refresh your recollection. The female officer was right in front of her door, talking directly in front of her, right?
Yes.
And you were not that close to Ms. Robles when you were talking to her, correct? You were further away.
I was fairly close.
You were never in front of her door, talking to her face to face like those two were. Would you agree with that statement?
No, I was there with the mother and daughter and the other officer.
Well, yeah, you were there. I'm just trying to get the proximity of the conversation.
It was maybe 10 feet,
Okay.
15 feet.
Okay. Because when you're being asked the questions, what did she say to you? It wasn't necessarily said to you, it was to someone else.
some things might have been said to the other officer who was there. but-
Okay, and that's all I'm asking. Now, you said earlier that when you arrived on the scene, you observed a vehicle leaving the house, and you determined that the person in that vehicle was the suspect mother and the sister.
The other officer had stopped that vehicle.
But you testified about it before we went to lunch,
Yes,
and that's what your testimony was,
yes.
that the suspect mother and sister were in the vehicle. What I just said.
I don't know if they were both in the vehicle. I know that the mother had been driving, from what I understand. Was trying to leave.
Okay. So you don't remember testifying on direct that the mother and the sister were in the car? But let me tell you where I'm going with this. Because you're saying you were at the scene as well, and you were directly there with the mother. So you were there with the sister as well, right?
Yes,
And the sister was a minor, right?
yes, I believe so.
And she was in high school, right?
I don't know what.
Okay, well, as a minor, she was in school, if it was May, right? Beginning of May. Correct?
That would be school time, I believe, yes.
And it wasn't a weekend, right?
I don't remember the day of the week.
Okay. So do you remember being told that the suspect mom was trying to get her daughter to school? You don't
Yes, I
remember?
do.
Okay, so you do remember that. That's why they were leaving that morning. She was trying to get her daughter to school. So you guys were told that. Correct?
Yes,
So it's not like they were trying to flee the scene. She was trying to get her daughter to school on a school day. And you guys didn't let them leave the house, correct?
from the conversation we had, it was not her intention to just.
Objection not responsive.
Approved.
Was she allowed to leave the house?
We told her to stay there.
Okay, so that's a no. She was not allowed to leave, correct? Okay. And then, so when you got to the house, it was the mom and her minor daughter and nobody else was there, right?
At that time, yes.
What do you mean at that time? The person you were looking for was never at the house?
Correct.
Okay. And you in fact said on direct that you had already been advised of something, that they were at another location where that person might have been, correct? You were talking about apartments early on direct.
Yes,
Okay. And so while you were there at that time, the person you were looking for never arrived on that scene where you were at, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And you never had any contact with this suspect that you were looking for, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so your whole reason for being at that location was just to make sure nobody left that location that you went to, correct?
No, we were there to try and look for the suspect and find out where he might be.
And you didn't do either one of those? You couldn't, I mean, they already knew that information, right?
They knew what information, I'm sorry?
You said you were there to determine if the suspect was there,
Yes.
right? Or if you knew where the suspect was, right?
That's correct.
And he wasn't there.
Well, we didn't go inside the house, we didn't go that far yet.
Well, but you just testified he wasn't there. So even though you didn't go into the house, you can safely say that he was not at that location when you arrived.
I can't, well, we didn't go in the house, so I don't know.
Okay, well, did he get arrested at the house?
I do not know where he got arrested at.
But you know he didn't get arrested there while you were there, correct? Because at some point you left.
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you know he didn't get arrested while you were there.
Yes.
Okay. And these aren't trick questions. I just want the same answers you gave the prosecution with the same demeanor. I'll pass the witness.
State.
Briefly, Your Honor. You were stopped short a little bit earlier, Officer Anderson. In terms of taking someone to school, you said the demeanor of the suspect's mother, Miss Nobles, was emotional, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Or I think you used the word hysterical?
Yes.
All right. Based on your conversation with her and the things that she told you and the other officer, Do you feel like she was just trying to take someone to school?
I'm gonna object, that's speculation, Your Honor.
I believe in his training experience, and also too, he already testified to the witnesses' demeanor.
Overall,
You may answer, sir.
She made it pretty clear to me that she was trying to go and find her son.
Did she say that to you?
She said, I have to find my son.
Nothing further.
no. Any other questions? What is-
No, Your Honor.
Will this witness be released?
He may not, we'd like him subject to recall, Your Honor.
All right. Officer, you're free to leave at the moment, but stay in touch with the state in case either side wants to recall you, okay? Thank you.
Let me get this out of the way.
Call you next witness.
State calls Detective Frank Sarah.
Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
State may proceed.
Good afternoon, sir. Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Serra, S-E-R-R-A.
And Detective Sarah, can you tell the jury how you're employed?
Yes, sir. I'm a detective with the Dallas Police Department, specifically assigned to the homicide.
And how long have you been with the Dallas Police Department?
I've been with the Dallas Police Department for 15 years.
And have you been a detective the whole time?
I have not.
What roles did you play before you were a detective?
Prior to being in homicide, where I've been for the past 6 years, I was an assaults detective for a year and a half. Prior to assaults, I was in a uniform narcotics position, and prior to that, I was in patrol.
We've already heard about what patrol does. What does it take for an officer to become a detective?
You have to be a senior corporal, which is just a written test based on the rules, personnel rules, laws, all that kind of stuff. Once you become a senior corporal, whatever interests you on the department, you could apply for a position as a detective to do that, to go that route. And that process is once a position opens up, you apply for it, you go and interview with 3 sergeants who would be supervising you. They like your history and all that, they hire you, and they hire you. You're transferred from wherever you currently are then to the division that you're on.
And you talked about being an assaults detective and then becoming a homicide detective. Do you have to undergo any special training to go from one type of detective to another?
You don't have to go through different kind of training. Obviously, the investigations are different, but there are more trainings available through the homicide unit.
And were you part of the investigation involving the killing of Gabriela Gonzalez?
Yes, sir, I was.
I'm gonna turn directly to May the 10th of 2023. You remember that day?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you go out to a Shell gas station on Route 12 and Keeneland?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and why did you go there?
That was the offense location for the murder, and I went there to, one of my tasks was to retrieve the surveillance video.
And did you retrieve that surveillance video?
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you tell the jury about how you went about retrieving it?
So there's 2 different kinds of surveillance systems that we can retrieve video from. Ring is a common one. We know Ring is a cloud-based system. We could go to our cell phone, and if I want to share that with you, I can just share that clip of the video. The other one is the other common one, or the other one we have, is surveillance systems on our home with a DVR box or a business with a DVR box, which specifically for this case had a DVR box. The employee at the store knew the password, so we were able to access it. And to verify everything is working on it, you wanna look at the video and its current date and time, just to make sure that it's recording properly. So the first step we'll do is look at the video. On the video, we see the current ongoings that are happening outside, without really standing outside. So I know the video is working. Then we will go back and review the video to make sure that it recorded properly. And we'll look for certain things, police cars arriving, fire trucks arriving, and then ultimately we'll go look for the event that we're there to investigate. Once we locate all that, ensure that it's all working condition, we will export that video from the DVR to an external hard drive, either a flash drive or a specific external hard drive. From there, we bring it back to our office and we store it in the case file.
And the way you described that procedure, is that the procedure you undertook on May 10th, 2023?
Yes, sir.
And have you gone to any special school or taken any training to work with these kind of video systems?
Yes, sir.
You can describe that to the jury, please.
The FBI puts on a video retrieval program called Divert, and it teaches you how to build in and work with different kinds of surveillance systems. Like cars, there's hundreds of different devices, and each device is slightly different. The general workings are the same. It teaches you things of how to bypass, if a user forgets their password, certain systems have default admin passwords that you're able to bypass. That the password that was changed to still be able to get in to retrieve that video. And this class goes through all of those workings.
Now, Detective Sarah, this may seem silly, but you don't work at that Shell gas station, do you?
No, sir, I do not.
And you're not in charge of that video system or its maintenance, are you?
No, sir.
But were you able to undergo the procedure you described earlier to view the video, view the contents of the offense that took place, and verify that it was able to be recorded from a system capable of making a recording?
Yes, sir, I was.
And you viewed that video, and have you reviewed the copy of the video that you extracted that I will be providing the court?
Yes, sir.
And is it an exact copy of the offense video that you retrieved?
Yes, sir.
Were there any alterations or deletions?
No, sir.
At this time, we'll offer State's Exhibit 13, a video from the Shell station at 820 South Walton Walker, having previously tendered to defense.
Any objection?
Can I take the witness on board now, Your Honor?
You may.
Good afternoon, Officer Sierra. Or is it Sarah or Sierra?
Sarah.
Okay, I apologize, Officer Sarah. My name is Ms. Walter. I'm gonna ask you some questions. You don't understand my question, just let me know and I'll rephrase. Fair enough?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you talked about going to the Shell gas station because it was your job to retrieve the surveillance video.
That was one of my jobs, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you had two jobs on that day.
Well, as the lead detective in this case,
Well, we'll get to
I
that.
had,
Okay. So you said you had the task of seeing if the video recorded properly. How did you do that?
how did I see if it recorded properly? I went back and watched the video.
From beginning to end?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many times would you say you have had to go out to the crime scene to retrieve the video in your time as a detective?
Thousands.
Okay. And was this before or after this incident?
I guess I misunderstood your question. How many times in the course of being a detective have I had to go out and pull video
Yeah.
on any case?
When this case happened, how many times had you gone out previously to have to pull videos? Yes.
On any case, thousands of times.
Yeah, any case.
Yes.
Okay. So this wasn't your first time doing it?
No, ma'am, it was not.
And was there anything that was different this time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you were able to make sure everything was working properly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'll pass the witness. We have no objections.
No objections?
No objection, John.
State's Exhibit 13 is admitted for all purposes.
Now, in watching the video, were you able to see the offense clearly?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to see the clothing of the victim, Gabriela Gonzalez, and her assailant?
Yes, sir.
Did watching that video kind of inform the next steps that you took as an investigator?
Yes, sir.
That's all I have at this time, Your Honor. We'll be recalling this witness.
All right. Any questions from the defense at this point?
No,
Ms. Walton, you will stand up while.
I apologize, Your Honor, I apologize. No, Your Honor, I have no questions of him.
Thank you, Detective. If we can leave right now, but stay in touch with the state
Yes, sir.
in case they need to call you. Thanks.
State calls Diana Rojas.
All right, Ms. Rojas. Ms. Rojas, raise your right hand for me. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, ma'am. Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the, last name for the record?
My name is Diana Rojas, R-O-J-A-S.
And Ms. Rojas, you are very soft-spoken. Just go ahead and speak up as loud as you can into that microphone. You don't have to lean into it, just talk into it very loudly, and we'll make sure we get through this, okay?
Okay.
All right. Ms. Rojas, where were you employed back in May the 10th of 2023?
Vista Montana Apartments.
And has that apartment complex ever changed names?
We had recently, well, the owner had recently bought that property, so previous to Vista Montana, it was Mountain Valley.
All right, so
Apartments.
Vista Montana and Mountain Valley Apartments.
Yes,
We're talking about the same place in with either name.
correct.
And what was the address of Vista Montana or Mountain Valley Apartments, if you remember?
I don't remember.
I'm gonna now show you what's been marked, admitted as State's Exhibit number 14. Have you seen this map of this apartment complex before?
Yes,
Okay, is this a layout of the Mountain Valley or Vista Montana apartments?
yes,
Okay. Now, is that apartment complex in the neighborhood of Loop 12 and Keeneland Street Boulevard?
yes.
What role did you play working at Vista Montana or Mountain Valley Apartments?
I was the assistant manager.
Okay, go ahead and keep your voice up, man. You say assistant manager?
Yes.
Okay. What duties did you have as an assistant manager?
Walk the vacant units, knock on people who owed rent, and assist the manager in anything she needed.
You said walk the vacant units. What would that mean?
The units that are not occupied,
Were there multiple units unoccupied there?
there were a lot.
On May the 10th, 2023, were you asked to give access to or provide video from your apartment complex?
Yes,
Okay, and did you do that?
yes.
The videos that you supplied, how are they recorded? What kind of system do you have there?
They're live and they only save up to 15 days.
They're live cameras
Yes,
and they save for up to 15 days.
yes.
Do you still work at this same apartment complex?
No,
You've moved to a different one?
yes.
How long after this did you stay at this apartment complex? After May 10th of 2023, when's the last day you worked at Vista Montana?
My last day there was November 27th
Of what year?
of, 2020,
I can ask this a different way, Ms. Rojas. Was this past November, or was it the one before that?
it was this past November,
Okay, so 2024?
yes.
Okay. You said there are cameras there that are able to capture live information, and it's saved for 15 days. Did you download or take any, video off of that system and give it to the police? Or did they do it?
They didn't.
Okay. But I've shown you copies of, the video that they retrieved from cameras 1 and 2. Have you viewed those before today?
Yes.
Okay. And, are they an accurate, fair and accurate representation of those videos from camera 1 and 2 from May the 10th, 2023?
Yes.
At this time, we'll offer State's Exhibit 15, having previously tendered to defense.
What numbers?
15, 1-5.
If I may, Your Honor, ask the witness some questions.
You may.
Now, Ms. Rojas, how long did you work at Mountain Valley or Vista, Montana?
I started working there in December 28th of 2023.
You said December of 2023 you started?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So you started working after May of 2023? Did you understood my question?
When did I start? How long had I been working?
No, when did you start working there? At this place?
December 27th, 2022, sorry.
Okay. So at the time, you had been at this location for a little less than 5 months?
Yes.
Okay. And you just testified that you were asked to provide videos of the apartment complex by the police.
Yes.
But you also testified that you didn't do any of the downloading, they did all of that.
Yes.
Okay, so how did you provide anything? They just made a request and you gave them access to the system?
They came in the office and, I had my own separate office, which is where the system for the cameras was. And I was assisting them, rewinding and showing them all the points where the cameras were. At the time of the download, I didn't know how to do that, they did, so they just asked me if they could download the videos, and I told them yes. And they did.
So you didn't even do the download and give it to DPD?
I didn't download it, they did.
Okay, because you just said you didn't know how to do that.
I didn't know how to download it.
Okay, so you are unable to tell this court how videos are actually downloaded and transferred to another device or any of that at the time that download was done in May, correct?
They used a.
Not what they used, what you knew to do.
No.
Okay. And Your Honor, based on that, they're trying to use this witness to get in this video by saying that she provided to DPD. She did not provide this to DPD. She said she had a separate office, she showed them where the cameras were, she did one rewind, but she didn't know how to download it to even give them what they have in their possession. So the proper predicate is not laid to get this in with this particular witness.
Thank you. What's the state's response?
She's already testified that she viewed the video, that she showed them there that day, and that this is an accurate copy and a fair representation of what was shown that day on that video, May 10, 2023.
Thank you. Defense objection is overruled. State's Exhibit 15 is admitted for all purposes.
No further questions of this witness.
All right. May this witness be released?
No objection from the state.
We'd like her subject to recall, Your Honor.
Ms. Walton?
I apologize, Judge. We'd like her subject to recall.
All right, now we have three needs at this point. Let's stay in touch with the state in case either side wants to call you, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Chris.
Call you next witness.
State calls Christy Noble.
Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Good afternoon, my name is Christine Noble, Noebel.
And Ms. Noble, how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Dallas County District Attorney's Office.
And how long have you worked with the Dallas County District Attorney's Office?
Too long, 18 years.
And what is your role with the Dallas County District Attorney's Office?
I'm the forensic digital multimedia analyst.
And what does a digital forensic multimedia analyst do?
This day and age, most of our evidence is digital, and I make sure that it is handled in a forensic way to ensure its integrity and mainly helping our prosecutors view the evidence.
And what training or education do you have to undergo to hold the title that you have?
I am certified as a video forensic analyst through the Law Enforcement and Emergency Services Video Association. I started my training with them in 2011, received my analyst certification in 2016, and that involves taking a series of four 40-hour classes, and then taking a case before a board of experts, and basically them being your worst nightmare, trying to challenge your case and find any flaws or errors that you did in that case and determine if you qualify to receive the analyst certification, and then to maintain that we have ongoing continuing education.
And how many analysts are there out there, let's just say, in the world with the same certifications that you have?
LEVA only has 60 video forensic analysts in the world.
And how many years have you been a forensic digital media analyst?
He promised he was not gonna ask me to do math on his hand. I got certified in 2016.
And what were you asked to do in this case?
This case had a few camera angles of two individuals that they were wanting to track. And so I took the Google Earth. If you're not familiar with it, it lets you look at an aerial view of an area. And so we went to this area. I was given two addresses, so I was able to plot those addresses. Then I went to Google Street View. I was able to identify where the physical cameras were located so that they could be just identified for where they were in relationship to the video that was captured. And then included the video. So I showed a map, identified where the cameras were, and then have the video that plays back.
Now, were you asked to capture video at the Mountain Valley Apartments at Stretch Drive, and also video from the Shell Station at 820 South Walton Walker?
He doesn't mean capture. I did not capture the video, I don't think.
What is the right term I should use?
He asked me to edit the video. The videos were long. Maybe they didn't include relevant, like there maybe was nothing happening or nothing relevant to the incident. So I trimmed it down to the relevant time when we see those two individuals. And the second step is because a lot of the time, the action that was occurring was far away from the camera. I kind of like picture-in-picture, have the original video, but then I did a crop and enlarged area of the two individuals to help the trier visualize what was occurring.
And so would that magnification of particular areas in the video assist the trier, in fact, of seeing the objects or individuals that are depicted in the videos?
Correct, it does.
You talked about Google Earth and going to find locations of cameras and the like. Is Google Earth something anyone can use or only some people have access to?
It is freeware, which anyone can download either on your computer or your phone.
In magnifying this video or editing out for periods where nothing is going on in the video, does it substantially alter the content of what's shown in the video?
The content, and what he means by that is the actions that occurred, those aren't changed. It's just enlarged so that you can see it better.
Are you certified in the tools that you use to create these either magnifications or edits to the video?
I am. the tool that I use is called AMP5, and I received my certification in 2024 with their software.
And did taking the Google screenshots showing locations of cameras and also the videos that you testified to about making edits and magnifications to, were you able to create a presentation that would aid this trier in fact in seeing the actions of the individuals that took place on May 10th, 2013?
Yes.
I'm gonna now show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 16, and you and I have reviewed this before, correct?
Yes.
Is it a true and exact copy of the presentation you made, including all the contents that we've already talked about?
Yes.
We'll offer State's Exhibit 16, having previously tendered to defense.
Any objections?
We have no objection to 16, huh?
All right, State's Exhibit 16 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
We may need the lights dimmed a little bit, Your Honor. Let's see. Wait, hold on. Can you see that okay on that monitor next to you?
Yes.
All right, what are we looking at here, Ms. Noble?
This is the aerial of the general area, that was needed for this exhibit.
Okay, and does it include, the area on, the Shell station on Walton Walker, or the area of the cameras, excuse me?
Yes, it's identifying the cameras. Down here, we have entrance 2 and entrance 1 at the apartment complex. And then in the upper right, we have camera 1 from the Shell station.
And what are we highlighting here in this slide?
This is the camera that we're about to visualize from street view in the next slide.
And is this one of the cameras on the Mountain Valley or Vista Montana apartments?
That's correct. And it's highlighted with a green circle.
What are we looking at here?
This is entrance 2, and if you'll pause it,
Okay,
Mr. Varney.
yes.
This area here, I was looking up there, but this cropped area is gonna be the cropped area from the trees right here. And here in a moment, you're gonna see movement behind these leaves, and that is gonna be one of the first people of interest.
Permission to approach this witness, Your Honor.
You may.
We're gonna go back a little bit, and then you can stand up if you need to, Ms. Noble. I know it helps for you to illustrate what we're looking for on the screen. You said that we would be looking for a person of interest outside the leaves. Do we see the first person of interest?
Yes, this individual here is the first person that you see.
Now, if we had descriptions earlier of clothing that would match that to be Gabriela Gonzalez, would that be one of the persons of interest you were tracking in your video?
It is, yes.
Now, we see a woman walk past in a red shirt. Was this one of the people of interest you were concerned with tracking?
She was not.
We see in the corner a second person, black on top, red on the bottom. Is this another person of interest that you were tracking?
Yes, it is. And just for clarity, we're looking at the same thing. Right.
So So the television on the bottom, the smaller people on the right is magnified in the left foreground.
Correct.
You see another person here in red in the foreground?
Yes,
Is that a person of interest or anyone you were tracking?
they are not.
Moving to the next slide. Actually, I'll go forward. Is this a different camera than the first arrow we saw earlier?
Correct, we're looking at the same aerial. This was the camera we just saw, and this will be the camera that we see next.
Is this another shot from further down of that same camera position?
This is a Google Street View with the camera that we're about to watch identified here in this building.
Did you deal at all with the times, timestamps of these videos? Did you have any information about any of the timestamps on the videos?
I did not use the timestamps on these videos.
And the third arrow up in the top right,
Correct. That's the Shell station, and that is its relationship to the other two locations.
and is this the location quote from a Google Street View angle?
Google Street View at the Shell station with the camera identified here.
Okay, can you tell us, we have the box in the foreground of magnification, where in the bigger picture would this be?
This magnification is going to be, it's gonna be right here because the people of interest are gonna be coming out from under this bridge.
That's fine, thank you. Just need to notes on it. Can we see right there, the person on the right in the black and red try to put their hand on the person on the left?
Yes.
Do we see right here in the front, a black truck drive past in the foreground of your magnification?
Correct, right here.
Ms. Noble, we see body positioning. I'm gonna pause it just to. Are you able to tell what hand the person that did the shooting used?
It appears to be his right hand from the video.
Is this close enough? Can you tell if he is wearing gloves or not?
I can't tell if he's wearing gloves or not at this point.
But you're certain about the right hand
Yes,
and extending that out to that person's right.
correct.
Do you see the gun being extended while the person on the left is on the ground?
Yes, sir.
Do you see any figures stop and pick up anything off the ground after the shooting has occurred?
I do not.
Or take any belongings off of the deceased?
I do not.
Is that the end of the presentation that you have put together with the combined videos?
It is.
Thank you, Your Honor. We can have the last picture. Nothing further, we'll pass the witness.
All right, defense?
You can have a seat.
Okay, thank you.
I wouldn't make you stand up, you didn't stand up the whole while. I'm just gonna ask you a few questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, this is what you do all day, every day for the DA's office, pretty much.
Yes,
Okay. And you say you became certified in 2016?
yes.
And within a year of that, you went to work for the Dallas County DA's office?
No, I started work with the Dallas County DA's office in 2006.
Okay, so you became certified while you were with the DA's office?
That's correct.
And then went into that position, that's exclusively what you've done for the DA's office?
Yes,
Okay, since being certified?
correct.
Not a defense expert, but for the DA's office?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I have no further questions, thank you.
Any other questions for this witness?
None, Your Honor, may this witness be finally excused.
She may be excused, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Call the next witness.
Call Officer Milligan.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Statement received.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Senior Corporal Marshall Milligan. Last name is Milligan, M-I-L-L-I-G-A-N.
And sir, how are you employed?
With the Dallas Police Department.
And what role do you play with the Dallas Police Department?
I'm a member of the Dallas SWAT team.
And when we say SWAT, what is that an acronym for?
Stands for Special Weapons and Tactics.
And what does a SWAT team do?
So we handle high-risk warrants, active shooters, barricaded persons, hostage rescues, dignitary assignments. When we have dignitaries come into town, we do a variety of things. Most of it entails higher-end operations.
And how long have you done that?
I've been on the SWAT team for 12 years.
And we've heard what it takes to be a patrol officer or in working in PES or a detective, what training or education do you have to undertake to be a part of a SWAT team and SWAT operations?
So it's about a year of training. For the initial train up, it's a basic SWAT school, a basic warrant school, hostage rescue school, several shooting schools that are involved in that. And then as you go on through your career, you continue education with sniper schools, hostage negotiation schools, breaching schools, energetic and manual breaching schools, drone schools, so several schools just to maintain the position.
And when you say breaching, what do you mean breaching?
So entering the buildings, so we do manual breaching, which is your slams, your pry bars, pulls, when we do pulls on structures, and then we'll also do energetic breaching, which is explosive breaching.
And when you say explosive breaching, you mean like blowing up a door or something like that?
I wouldn't necessarily describe it as blowing up a door, but we use the explosives to gain entry into the door.
Okay. And you said you've been doing that for several years, is that correct?
Yes, sir, 12 years.
Were you on a part of a SWAT operation on May 10th, 2023?
Yes.
Do you recall what time of day you were going out there?
I believe we briefed the warrant about 2:30. We did the execution around 3:30.
So around 3 or 3:30 in the afternoon.
That's correct.
Do you remember where you went?
We went to an address off a Stretch Lane, I believe. I'd have to have the specific address.
Okay. Was it an apartment complex on Stretch?
Yes, it was.
All right. And can you talk about how you know where you're going and what you're looking for?
So typically what happens is we're called by our fugitive unit who's been tracking a suspect. They give us an intel brief. We start doing a workup of the location, which includes drive-bys, flyovers. If we need a helicopter flyover, we'll fly drones around the structure so we have a good vantage point of what we're dealing with. And then as we're making our way to the target, we'll get intel updates. Hey, X, Y, or Z may have changed. We need to adjust the plan.
And so, are you a detective?
No, I'm not.
Do you figure out all those pieces of intelligence before you decide where to go, or are they given to you?
Those pieces are given to us, and then my job is to work up a plan to allow us to safely execute the warrant from there.
And were you given a name or descriptors for the person that you were looking for that day?
Yes, we were.
Was that a person by the name of Harold Levance Thompson III?
Yes.
And can you tell a jury exactly how you went about apprehending that person?
The warrant was executed in a dynamic fashion, which means as soon as we pull up, we try to use the element of surprise and speed to gain access into the structure. We did so by running up to the structure, slamming the door, and gaining access and entry into the apartment, and basically clearing the apartment as fast as we can.
Is there a certain procedure or protocol, because if you're working as a team, do people have certain roles in a breach type operation?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you describe some of those to the jury?
We'll start with the slammer. The slammer's job is to go up. He's one of the first guys up there. He would be led up by myself and another teammate. We cover the door. The slammer gets in position with the pry guy. We slam the door and we start making entry into the structure. Once that happens, the slammer and the pry guy will go off the porch, and the rest of the team will start coming in and start clearing space.
And what was your role other than being right there up next to the slammer at the door?
So my role on the team is an assistant squad leader of the 830 squad. So my role is primarily to plan the operations and make sure that we're checking all the boxes that we need to.
Did you go into the apartment on Stretch Drive?
I did.
What did you do once you got inside?
I kind of broke to the right of the apartment. The apartment was pretty much a vacant apartment, it seemed to me. There was no furniture, no apparent, nothing in there that would tell us that somebody was living there. Made my way to the stairs, and I paused at the stairs to make sure the rest of the team was with me, and I called for a flashbang before we entered up the stairs.
And what is a flashbang?
So a flashbang is it's basically a distraction device. It has it's like a hand grenade, however, it doesn't expel anything. It's just flash and noise. It's a hand deployed device where you hold it in your hand, you pull the pin, you throw it, and it has about a 1.5 second delay on it before it goes off.
And once someone, why would you want to use a flashbang if you're going up some stairs?
So once we go upstairs, we kind of lose the initiative as far as the speed and surprise, because traditionally that's a hard place to fight upstairs, so we just use that device to gain a little bit more initiative and gain our surprise back.
And once that was thrown upstairs, what did you do next?
We made our way upstairs, broke to my left, and I picked up the suspect in my peripheral vision and encountered him upstairs.
You described the downstairs and you said there wasn't very much there. Were there any effects or furniture upstairs?
Not that I can recall.
Okay, what was it, where exactly did you see the suspect?
Once I got to the landing of the top of the stairs, I was able to look to my left and I saw him in a room off to the landing of the top of the stairs.
And in that room, was there any effects or furniture or anything like that in there?
If there was, it was very minimal, no furniture. There may have been some clothing on the ground, that's about it.
Did you have to engage in a struggle or fight or anything like that with the suspect?
No, I did not.
How are you dressed out when you go to this kind of operation?
We wear BDUs. I have a helmet on, body armor, a rifle, gun belt. That's about it.
Why are you so protected?
This is just our standard equipment for high risk warrants.
What is the level of danger in executing these kind of warrants?
I would say there's a very high level of danger. We never know who we're going after from day to day. And typically, patrol officers wouldn't answer, they wouldn't serve a warrant like this. We have built-in protocol to stop them from doing that because there is an increased level of danger on these warrants.
And do you recall what the suspect was wearing when you went up the stairs?
I do not.
Were you wearing a camera at that time?
Yes, I was.
Did you take video of everything that you're describing and what you did in apprehending the suspect?
Yes.
Would watching that video aid the trier in fact in understanding and seeing what the location looked like, the steps you undertook, and things like what the suspect was wearing?
Yes.
At this time, have you reviewed that video before you came in today?
Yes, I have.
Is it an exact copy and a fair, an accurate representation of what you did, where you did it, and who you encountered?
Yes.
Well, Your Honor, we're off for State's Exhibit 17. Having attended to defense for any objection.
If I could ask the witness questions, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, Officer Milligan, the day you executed this warrant, didn't you all go to 2 different apartments in that complex?
That's correct.
Okay. And so what you're telling this jury about, which apartment are you telling them about?
I'd have to look at my notes to have the specific numbers of that apartment.
But you acknowledge that you guys went to 2 different apartments in that complex that day?
That's correct.
Okay. And why did you go to 2 different apartments?
We received information that prior to us arriving at the location, that the suspect had potentially changed apartments in order to, disguise his location.
And where did this information come from?
That would have been our fugitive unit detectives.
So an anonymous source?
No, ma'am, that would have been from our fugitive unit. They set up on these locations, they watch them, they do this on a daily routine, this is their normal job. So once they saw that this guy had been moving out and moving to a different location, that's when they let us know.
So what 2 apartment numbers did you go to? Can you tell us that?
I cannot tell you without looking at notes.
Okay, you have your notes with you?
No, I do not.
Okay, so we don't know what 2 apartments you went to? Okay. Do we know which apartment this video is of, since you watched it and reviewed it?
I'm sure the numbers are on the door of the apartment.
Okay, so did you review this video today?
Not today,
Okay, when did you review it?
about a week ago.
Okay, and knowing that you went to 2 different units, you don't remember which, unit you went to?
I only went to one unit.
The other team went to,
That's correct. There were two different squads. One team went to one unit, and my team went to the unit where the suspect was.
okay. And so your team is the one that went to one specific unit, and that's where you found the suspect that you're talking about. But, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, but you don't know what that apartment number was, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And your body cam is going to show just the particular interaction with the person you took into as a suspect?
Yes, my body cam will show the only apartment that I went to that day.
Okay. I have no objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. State Exhibit 17 is admitted for all purposes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
You testified just a moment ago that looking at your notes would refresh your memory as to which apartment address you went to, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and take a look at that. Just read it to yourself. Is there an address on your notes?
5881 Stretch.
5881 Stretch. Now, looking at what's already been admitted, it states Exhibit 14. I'll zoom in for you. You have a monitor right to your left, but do we have apartments that actually have apartment numbers, and then some apartments that actually just have full addresses, like 4-digit addresses?
Yeah, that appears to be correct. This is a very large apartment complex.
And so you went to 5881 Stretch Drive, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Permission to publish States Exhibit 17, Your Honor.
You may.
Hold on. We may need the lights dim a bit, Your Honor. We may need those dim. All right, I keep calling you Officer Milligan, but what is your rank?
Senior Corporal.
Corporal Milligan, okay. You testified that you guys rode in 2 teams to 2 different apartments, correct?
Yes.
And what we're watching, where is your body camera located? On your person?
So my body camera, if you can see the officer in front of me, is in the exact same spot as his. So it would be the top right of my helmet.
So up next to your head?
Correct, top right.
On these cameras, does the sound come on right away?
There's about a 30-second delay in the sound. Once we activate it, it basically doesn't have sound for 30 seconds prior, and then it'll turn on.
I'm gonna go back one second, Corporal. You see right here, you can step down if you want to, if it's easier to see, or right next to you. Do you see an apartment number?
Yes, sir.
What number is it?
5881.
Now, in this first floor, is this what you're describing, that made you believe this might be vacant?
That's correct.
Is there anything on the walls?
No,
Any furniture?
no,
Any personal effects?
no.
Do you know if the door was locked or not when you went up to it?
I do not.
But we heard a loud sound before you went in. What does that sound tell you?
So the loud sound that you hear is a flashbang that was thrown on the outside of the apartment. I believe that flashbang was set off a large pole. It's either a flashbang or it's a 40mm distraction device that went off.
Give me one, let's go. Hang up, let's go. Hang up. Stand up. Holy, hands up, hands up. Get on the ground, get on the ground. Hey, give me two. Get on the ground.
Does this give you an idea of what the suspect was wearing?
Yes.
What was he wearing?
It appears to be a cowboy's jacket.
And on the back?
A Michael Jordan jersey.
I hear a lot of coughing. What, is that from something that was thrown?
Yeah, so that's from the 40mm, inert round that we fired into the window that also is used as a distraction device. Sometimes they have residual CS gas in them when they do the inert rounds. Sometimes there's just a little bit of residual left in them. The coughing is from the officer.
Did anyone fire any firearms or weapons, rifles or pistols, while apprehending this suspect?
No, they did not.
And you've talked about what you're wearing in terms of clothing. Are you all wearing gloves when you're out there?
I am not. Some officers do and I don't.
Was the suspect wearing gloves, as you can see in state 17?
No.
Alright, good. Alright, let's go downstairs. Get some secondary
Honor.
Up in this bedroom, was there any beds, chairs, furniture?
No, there was not.
Any clothes in the closet?
No.
In this bathroom, did you find any personal effects in the bathroom?
No.
Anything on the walls?
No.
Shower curtain up?
No.
You know whose cat that is?
No, I do not.
What were you kicking down the stairs?
That's a flashbang.
After it's been deployed?
That's correct. They're probably about 200 degrees to 250 degrees at that point, so they're very hot.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is apprehending the suspect in this, apartment at 5881 Stretch, is that the sum of your involvement in this case?
That's correct. Once we basically have them in handcuffs, we take them outside, set them on the curb, and hand them over to the detectives.
If we know that a shooting took place about 7:20 a.m. and you're out there about 3 or 3:30, how long is that between the shooting taking place and you actually putting hands on the suspect?
About 8 hours.
Now, you said that you had fugitive people watching a location, a known location, is that right?
That's correct.
Is part of, would they have been watching during that time period and somewhere in those 8 hours?
Correct.
And you testified that you said you had gotten information about 5881 Stretch because someone saw the suspect go from one apartment to another, is that right?
That's right.
Did you have a description of the suspect's clothing at the time of the shooting?
I can't recall.
Thank you, Corporal. Pass the witness.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Now, when you entered this location, and we just saw the video, and you went upstairs in the room where, whoever told him, get down, he immediately complied with that order, right?
Correct.
He didn't give you no resistance, no pushback, he was compliant.
I would say he wasn't 100% compliant. He was standing there with his hands up. However, when we did give him commands to get on the ground, he did not get on the ground.
So from the video, we see when whoever, well, that's your body cam, right?
Correct.
So we see you walk into the room and he's already there with his hands up when your body cam walks in,
Yes.
okay? And he doesn't try to run downstairs, right?
That's correct.
He doesn't try to run into another room, correct?
Correct.
He just stays there and then gets on the ground and you guys put the non-handcuffs on his arms. Couldn't remember the word for what they're called right now. Yeah, the zip ties on his hands.
Yeah, we used flex cuffs, so yes, we put him in flex cuffs.
Okay, and you talked about, this particular unit looked vacant to you. In the room where he was taken into custody, in the video, did you see the television that was there?
After the fact.
After but there was a television in that room, right?
Correct.
Okay, and there was another person in that location as well when you guys made a breach, right?
Correct.
Okay, so he wasn't the only person in that unit at the time, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you testified that, there were no weapons that had to be fired by any of your guys on the SWAT team, right?
No weapons were fired inside.
Well, okay, well, let me rephrase it. You didn't have to use any of your weapons to fire at Mr. Thompson when you took him into custody, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Mr. Thompson didn't try to fight you or any of the other SWAT officers, right?
Correct.
And when opposing counsel asked you, what he was wearing based on the video, you said, a Dallas Cowboys jacket.
That's what it appeared to be in the video.
Okay. And then on the back, you said it was the Michael Jordan jersey that from the video looked red.
Correct.
Okay. And then we saw a cat in the video.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the other person who was at the location, were they questioned as well or no?
I have no knowledge to what they did with the other individual.
And that other person was a male as well?
Yes.
Okay. And when you said that you don't know what happened to the other person, you can't tell us anything other than you made entry into the location and both occupants were removed from that location, right?
Correct. Once we entered, both people were detained. We brought them outside, and after that, I don't know what became of them.
Fair enough. Were there any conversations between you and Mr. Thompson,
No.
to your knowledge? Okay. So he wasn't cursing at you or anything like that?
No.
And sometimes it happens with SWAT, right? When you guys go out to arrest people, it's not normally always a non-aggressive situation, as I would phrase it. Would that be a true statement?
Correct.
Sometimes y'all have to lay hands on people, or sometimes they try to lay hands on y'all, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and none of that happened this time, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
State,
Nothing further, Your Honor.
may this witness be released.
No objection from
He
the
may be released, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
State calls Bree Davis.
Good afternoon. Do you swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. State name, proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Bree Davis, D-A-V-I-S, and I am a forensic manager with Dallas Police Department.
And what does a forensic manager do?
Basically, I am in charge of what's considered the third watch, so the afternoon squad. I have supervisors underneath me. I also review all their reports, act as supervisor supervisor, but also respond to calls also if I'm needed.
So if we talk, with personnel from the physical evidence section, do you work with them?
PES is the same as crime scene.
And is that where you work?
Yes,
Okay, you said you were a forensic manager, these PES, are those the people you supervise?
correct.
Okay, so if we heard from, Ms. Mejia working PES, she does the type of work the people you supervise do,
Correct.
and you do that as well?
Yes.
All right, and you said it was third watch, what hours are those?
It was 2:30 PM to 10:30 PM.
And were you working that shift on May the 10th of 2023?
Yes, I was.
Were you asked to be a part of an investigation that was taking place that day?
Yes, I was requested to respond across the hall to the homicide unit by Detective Perez and Detective Sarah.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to collect gunshot residue kit, also known as GSR.
And what is a gunshot residue kit?
Basically, the kit is pre-made, comes in an envelope. Inside is a pair of gloves, a seal, and these two little plastic, we call them daubers. They're just little plastic pieces with sticky ends, and you use those, they're marked as left and right hand, and you use those to dab on the person's hands to collect GSR if it's there.
Now, we may have jumped a little bit ahead, Ms. Davis. What training and education do you have to undergo to be a forensic manager with the police department?
So I have a 4-year degree, in criminal justice. I also have certificates in crime scene photography, fingerprinting, and evidence.
You may proceed.
I've been doing this for 20 years here in Dallas, and I moved here from Arizona and worked with the department there. Each of them have a training program that you have to go through, kind of goes over everything that you kind of do. And then you also have on-the-job training for a specific amount of time.
You said one thing you might be doing is taking samples to find gunshot residue. Can you tell the jury what gunshot residue is?
So when you fire a gun or handle a firearm, the stuff that basically that gunpowder is made of is deposited on your hands and your clothing. So what a gunshot residue kit is trying to collect that by using the little sticky daubers, which then is turned in and a lab runs it.
Can you talked about the process of getting that gunshot residue kit. Did you do that on May 10th, 2013?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall what time you were asked to do that?
I believe it was near 5 PM.
Want to look at your supplement, refresh your memory as to the time. Now, approach your.
You may.
I responded at 5:15.
Do you see the person in the courtroom today who you took swabs from?
Yes, I did.
Can you point that person out by an article of clothing?
He's wearing a gray striped shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in open court.
The record was so reflect.
In addition to taking swabs for gunshot residue, did you do anything else?
I photographed the subject
Why is it important to take photographs at that time?
to make sure that you're seeing who I'm photographing is matching who I'm collecting the evidence for. Also, want to make sure that you're documenting any injuries or substances that may be on the hands or something like that that may interfere with the test. And obviously, we want to document any injuries.
Can I approach you on?
You may.
And now I'm gonna show you what's been marked States Exhibit 52 through 59. Go ahead and take a look at those just to yourself. Are these a fair and accurate representation of the scene that you took and the person that you took swabs from?
Yes.
We'll offer States 52 through 59. Tendering to defense.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
All right, States Exhibits 53 through 59 are related for all purposes.
Thank you. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
All right, is this the establishing shot that you took?
Correct.
States Exhibit 52 for the record. States Exhibit 53. Why do you take a photograph such as this?
It's called an overall photograph, shows a complete front profile of the subject, so you can identify, what they're wearing and face shot.
States 54.
This is close-up of the face, just for identification of who I'm photographing.
States 55. Why do you take a photograph of the hands?
One, to document and make sure there's any injuries, and since I knew I was gonna be collecting GSR, you wanna make sure that you have documentation of what his hands look like.
And did you photograph the tattoo on the hand?
Only in the overall.
States Exhibit 56. Why would you take photographs of the palms of the hands?
Just wanna make sure you're getting both sides to show if there's any injury, any kind of substances on the hand.
States 57.
For overalls, usually have, the subject go kind of in a circle, so you're getting every side.
States 58.
Same thing, just making sure you're documenting all sides of the subject.
States 59.
Same thing, just making sure you're getting the other side.
Did you see any injuries on the person, the suspect that you took swabs of, and on May 10th at 5:15 p.m.?
I did not.
I'm not gonna show you what's been marked States Exhibit 12. Is this the, are these the swabs that you took, on May 10th, 2023?
Yeah, it's not swabs per se, it's more little like dauber plastic things.
Okay, and please correct me if I'm ever wrong, but you say that you took samples that day?
Yes,
And you said they're plastic pieces where, and you dot them around people's hands?
yes,
Okay. And are these the ones that you took that day?
yes.
How do you know they're the ones you took that day?
My information is on the outside and the digital over, that's my initial, my seal.
And why is it important to seal this when you send it off to be tested?
To make sure chain of custody is, followed.
State will offer State's Exhibit 12, tendering to defense.
Thank you, Judge, no objection.
State's Exhibit 12 is admitted for all purposes.
Ms. Davis, does that detail your full involvement in this investigation?
Yes, it does.
We'll pass it to Ms. Shaw.
Defense,
No question?
may this witness be released?
Yes.
No objection from the state.
All right, thank you, ma'am, you're free to leave.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
State calls Shamika Curry.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Shamika Curry, last name spelled C-U-R-R-Y.
And Ms. Curry, how are you employed?
I'm a crime scene analyst with Dallas Police Department.
And how long have you worked with the Dallas Police Department?
I've worked there for 4 years.
And what education and training did you undertake to become a crime scene analyst?
I went to the University of Southern Mississippi, and got a degree in forensic science with an emphasis in biological sciences.
And we've talked about the duties of a crime scene analyst. Or do you undertake those same duties as other crime scene analysts?
Yes,
Were you asked to process, how long have you been with the Dallas Police Department?
4 years, and I worked in Mississippi for 6.
So you've been a crime scene analyst for about 10 years.
Yes,
Were you asked to work a scene on May the 10th, 2023?
yes.
And do you recall where that was?
It was 5870 Stretch Drive.
Okay, 5870 Stretch Drive?
I believe it.
Go ahead and keep your voice up, man.
Yes.
Would have looked at your supplement, refresh your memory as to where it was?
Yes, that's what I have on my second.
5870 Stretch Drive, what apartment number?
It was apartment number 204.
Okay. And, how did you know which apartment to go to?
I was notified by the detective on scene.
All right. Make sure you're trailing off at the very end
I'm
of your
sorry.
sentence.
I'm sorry.
Keep your voice up.
Okay.
And make sure they can hear what you have to say. How did you know which apartment you went to?
I was notified by the detective on scene.
And, what time did you go out there?
I responded I arrived on scene at 4:38.
And that-
4:38
And then, would that be PM?
PM, yes.
4:38 in the afternoon. Do you know if a search warrant was obtained for that location?
Yes, a search warrant was obtained.
Your Honor, will offer State's Exhibit 116 for record purposes, a search warrant for 5870 Stretch Drive, apartment 204. We just offer for record purposes only.
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit 116 is admitted for record purposes only.
What did you do once you got to that apartment?
Once I got to the apartment, I spoke with the detective on scene about what we were looking for in the apartment. I also got my camera ready, took a picture of the search warrant, and then proceeded to the apartment to take overall photos before the search commenced.
So when you go through, and you're taking photos, what are you looking for?
In the initial, when I take photos, it's just photos of how the area or the apartment is before me,
All right, and you say beforehand,
before a search.
okay? And do you take pictures after a search?
Yes.
Why would you take pictures after a search?
Photos after a search will indicate any evidence that I found that is going to be collected and to see how the apartment is after the search.
Would photographs show the locations of items that are found or believed to be possibly relevant?
Yes, they are marked with an evidence marker.
And when you say evidence mark, can you describe what they look like for the jury?
They are a yellow cone with a number on the front and the sides.
What else do you do besides take photographs before and after a search?
After photographs, then there's collection. So I will grab materials to collect it, a small bag, large bag, and mark that bag with the corresponding evidence marker that was near the evidence.
And did you do all those things that you described as your normal practice as a crime scene analyst? Did you do those things at 5870 Stretch Drive, apartment 204 on May 10, 2023?
Yes.
Do you take any drawings or sketches of location?
Yes, I do a sketch for my notes.
And why is that important?
It shows the layout of the apartment, and I put the evidence markers indicating where evidence was in each room with the layout.
I'm now gonna approach you at the State's Exhibit 19A and State's Exhibit 19. And I'm gonna have you just look at it to yourself and tell me, is this a fair and accurate representation of the layout of 5870 Stretch Drive, apartment 204, based on your recollection?
Yes. Yes.
And the location of items that you either collected or photographed within?
Yes.
We'll offer States 19 and 19A for all purposes.
What's 19A?
Oh, 19A is a miniature version of 19. Oh, I'm sorry. This is a small version of that.
No objections, Your Honor.
States Exhibits 19 and 19A are admitted for all purposes.
What's the number?
19A.
Ms. Walker, would you like some more?
Yes, please, Judge.
Permission to publish.
Yes, you may. Oh, yes, go ahead.
All right, we're gonna look at 19, but we'll also have 19A here, so we can blow it up. How many bedrooms were there in this apartment?
There are 2 bedrooms,
All right. And how many bathrooms?
just 1 bathroom.
Now, we're gonna walk through, what you found, and we'll walk through the numbers. Would your supplement help you with the numbers of each one, or can you see it on the screen? Do I need to get a little bit closer?
No, I can see it on the screen.
Okay. All right, first let's look at number 1. What was number 1?
Number 1 was a Nike Air Force 1 shoe.
Does it have a size there?
It is a size 11.5.
And what color?
They were white.
Number 2, up here.
Okay. Number 2 were blue and white Jordan.
When you say Jordan,
Yes, Jordan brand shoes.
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 Okay.
correct.
Do you have a size on those, or just the description of color?
I have the size if I can look at my notes.
Please.
Those were size 10 and a half.
11 and a half, 10 and a half.
Yes.
Okay, number 3.
3 were Nike Air Force One, size 7.
And what color were they?
They were white.
Alright. And number 4, and when we say bedroom 1 and 2, are these names given by the apartment complex or the people that live there, or are they just given by you?
They were assigned by me.
Number 4 in bedroom 1, what did you find there?
It was a black track phone, ZTE.
When we say track phone, what do you mean?
It was a cellular device.
Okay, is that different from a regular cell phone, a track phone?
It is a brand of a phone, yes.
A brand of a phone, okay. And you said it was found in a drawer?
Yes, it was a dresser drawer that was pulled from the dresser after the search, during the search.
So is this one of those situations where this is where you found it after they had gone through and searched the place and it was in that drawer?
Yes.
Number 5, what did you find?
Number 5 was a black Apple iPhone.
Okay, and was it in the dresser drawer?
It was in the dresser drawer, yes.
And number 6,
Number 6.
in bedroom number 2?
In bed, yes. It was white Nike Air Force Ones, size 11 and a half.
11 and a half, so the same size shoes outside as inside.
Yes.
All right. And number 7?
Number 7 was a black pair of pants.
All right. And were those pants collected by you?
No, they were not.
Why not?
They were found not to be of evidentiary value per the detective.
If we have video of a person conducting a shooting in red pants, would that be different than black pants?
Yes.
Number 8?
Number 8 was a Apple iPhone with a black case.
Okay. Apple iPhone with a black case.
Yes.
Okay. And number 9?
Number 9 was a silver LG cell phone.
Okay. And number 10?
10 was a black Motorola phone.
So 3 phones right there close to each other in bedroom 2.
Yes.
Number 11?
Number 11 was a bag with 3 fire cartridge cases.
And there's something green sitting there next to that. What is that?
It was a bag of a green leafy substance.
Do you know what that substance was?
Not unless it was tested.
Okay. But it's something that you would have to be tested in the lab to know what it was.
Yes.
Number 12?
A fire cartridge case.
So in the closet, the closet opens out into the hallway. Does it open into the bedroom here, bedroom number 2?
It's inside bedroom number 2, but it just opens to that small hallway inside bedroom number 2.
But I'm talking about the closet where 12 and 11 were found. Is that the same closet or a different closet?
That's a different closet.
Okay. So in closet, the first closet up here, where I'm indicating, you said 3 cartridge casings and 1 cartridge casing?
Yes.
I'm now going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 20 through 51. Take a look at these. Have you looked at these before, and are they a fair and accurate representation of the locations of items as you photograph them or seize them in this apartment? Ms. Curry, now these aren't every single photograph you took out there, correct?
No.
Would it be fair to say take hundreds of photographs at a scene?
Yes.
But do these fairly and accurately represent the locations and items that you photographed and or seized?
Yes.
We'll offer states 20 through 51.
Any objections?
If we could have just a moment, Your Honor, so I could. If I could ask this witness a couple of questions, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
In number 3, what size were those?
Size 7.
7?
7.
Okay. And the others were,
I have an 11.5, another 11.5, and a 10.5.
okay, so, but number 3 was the 7.
Yes.
Okay. And did you make a distinction in your report or either on the photographs what was women's and what was men's?
No, I did not.
Okay. And is that something you're able to testify by looking at the photograph? Just if you can?
No.
Okay. We have no objections, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibits 20 through 51 for minute for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Let's first start, no, leave that there. Leave that there. State's Exhibit 20, when we look at your map there, we're talking about right by the front door, but not,
Yes.
okay?
Before you continue, let me ask number 7. Are you constrained to leave at 3 o'clock? No, not today? Okay, very well, so we can push on through. Okay, thank you, go ahead.
Okay, number 1, by the door, correct?
Correct.
Now looking there, we see some gloves. Were these gloves there, or were they put there in a search? Or were they just sitting there by the door?
It was just sitting there by the door. Upon my arrival, that's the way it was.
Okay. States 21, and we see, did you take these photographs of these items once you collected them as well?
Yes, that's back at the lab in a controlled environment.
Okay, so this number matches up with the number that's on your diagram, correct?
Yes,
So when you say those are sitting outside the door with a black sock and white sock inside them, those are the socks that were inside the shoes?
yes.
Now, we see in here, States Exhibit 22, why is this type of picture important?
It shows the brand and the sizing of the shoe.
So is this still number one? And we see if we get it real close, we see it it's kind of folded, but 11, and then the little half mark, correct?
Correct.
And on these shoes, they have different sizes depending on what country you're in, is that right?
Correct.
Looking at States 23, what are we looking at?
We're looking at evidence marker 2 with the white and blue, Jordan brand shoes.
Okay, and is that the same two that we see in the diagram?
Yes,
Do you take the controlled environment shots of those as well?
yes,
We're gonna look at States 24, is that shot?
yes.
And what size, in States 20, in States 25, what size are those shoes?
10 and a half.
Looking at States 26, let's turn it this way. Do you recall what bedroom we were in?
That's bedroom number 1.
And how do you know it's bedroom number 1?
Per my sketch.
Alright, and we see the number 3 down here, correct?
Correct.
Is that the same as your sketch?
Yes,
Now, was this taken before or after a search?
that was after the search.
So things are upturned.
Yes.
We see if we zoom in. Let's go this way. What are you marking as number 3?
Those will be the white Nike Air Force One shoes.
Looking at States 27, is this the controlled environment picture of that?
Yes,
And did you turn those inside out to see what size those were?
yes.
What size were they?
That's our 7.
Is that the 7 we see there?
Yes.
States 29, what are we highlighting here?
That is evidence marker 4, which is the black track phone.
Is that the phone that's right here?
That is correct.
What else do we see in this photograph?
There is a air freshener, paper, cord, some kind of personal hygiene item, and a Walgreens slip.
If we zoom in and see what's on that Walgreens slip, and just for reference, number 4 is in bedroom 1, correct?
Correct.
What name do we see on that Walgreens prescription type bag?
Miguel Ortiz.
States 30, and I think I said that was 27, but that states 29. I was just looking at states 30. Is this a close-up of number 4?
Yes.
Do you recall if this phone was operational or not?
I can't recall.
States 31, what is marked for number 5?
Number 5 is a black Apple iPhone.
Right. And we're still in bedroom 1, correct?
Correct.
What else do we see in this photograph?
There's the items that's on top of the dresser, prescription bottle, and other miscellaneous items, bags, cords.
What name do we see on that?
Miguel Ortiz.
So that's another item with a person named Miguel Ortiz in that room.
Correct.
States Exhibit 32.
It's a close-up of the same item, black Apple iPhone.
Do you recall if that phone was operational?
I can't recall.
States 33. What are we looking at?
That is in bedroom number 2, and that is the pair of white Nike Air Force Ones.
So if we see number 6, is that where it is?
Yes,
Now we see in States 33 this black, looks like a sandal or flip-flop. Why did you not seize that?
I was instructed for sneakers to be collected.
Moving in closer, States Exhibit 34 for sneakers.
Yes,
I thought that's the same pair as before, correct?
yes,
And did you take an establishing shot? We're looking at 35 of those as well in the controlled environment.
yes.
Did you turn those inside out, and what size were they? Looking at States Exhibit 36.
It was size 11 and a half.
Looking at States 37, what do we see?
Those are black pair of pants.
Are those the pants we talked about before?
Yes,
States 38, what piece of evidence were marked there?
those are 3 cell phones marked 8, 9, and 10.
All right, and now, looking at 8, 9, and 10, now in your diagram, you have 9 on top of a dresser, 8 on top of, looks like some sort of mattress or bedding, and 10 on the same bedding. Why is that different than in 38?
Those items were, 8 and 10 were on the air mattress prior to the search.
So once the officers go through looking for things, they made their way to where they are now?
Yes,
Looking at States 39, is that one of the phones?
yes. That is the Apple iPhone with a black case.
Apple iPhone with a black case. All right, States Exhibit 40, number 9.
Number 9, that is the LG phone.
Now, you say the LG phone, is that have a case on it?
Yes, there's a case on there.
Okay. And States 42, is that the back of it with the case?
Yes,
So was this the silver phone you're talking about?
correct.
So it's silver, but the case might be a different color.
Yes,
States 43,
and that is the black Motorola phone.
the home that you were in, the apartment, did this have personal effects and bedding and furniture as though someone lived in it?
Yes,
States 49. What are we looking at?
the black Motorola phone.
Now moving to States 45, number 11, what are you marking there?
That is the plastic bag with the 3 fire cartridge cases.
All right, and so if we recall your diagram in States 19A, is that the closet we're talking about that's outside of bedroom 2?
Yes,
States 46, is this that same closet?
yes,
When you say the fire cartridge casing, is that what we're talking about there?
yes,
And there were no bullets or projectiles in there, were there?
no,
So these are spent.
there, yes, sir, yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what kind of shell casings they were?
38 special.
38 special. Do you know what kind of firearm that is?
In my experience, I typically see those in revolvers.
Looking at States 47, why did you take this photograph?
To establish the head stamp frame
And you say head
and
stamp?
caliber.
Okay. You mean describing what kind of casings they are?
Yes,
And when we see these indentations on these shells, what does that mean to you?
it indicates that it's been fired.
Looking at States 48, what is that?
A fire cartridge case.
And if we look at 12, is that in or near the same closet as number 11?
It's inside the closet, yes.
49, is that like the same thing?
Yes,
All right. What's above it?
it's an air mattress on the floor.
Is that the air mattress that was in bedroom 1? Or is it a different mattress?
That's a different mattress.
Looking at states 50, what do we have in here?
That is the freezer that's in the kitchen.
All right, do we know what's in there?
It's a bag. I'm not sure what the bag contained, and then on that top shelf is another bag with unknown substance.
All right, is that just, it states 51, is that a close-up of the same thing?
Yes.
Did you take any photographs or seize any firearms in that apartment?
No, I did not.
If you would have found any firearms, would you have seized those?
Yes.
All right. If you have those, we saw some cartridge casings in number 11. Do you know if those are able to be tested if a firearm is found?
It will go to our firearms unit, our lighting unit, and they would conduct testing if possible.
If you have a firearm?
Yes, I would assume so.
Nothing further, we'll pass it on to Sherelle.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, would you like a break? At this point, let's take a 15-minute break and be back at 3:25.
All rise.
That's a good picture.
Cause those ones from Ms. Davis were sitting up there.
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
That's a more mature picture.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I think I'll put Miss
Than the last
Davis's.
one.
That.
I think those photographs are where you go. Oh, you put them in the basket, don't put them,
Oh,
leave it
right.
out here, leave it out. Stuff, stuff like that, leave it, don't put it in. But it's in there.
Yeah.
You don't-
Please be seated. Come back on the record. Let the record reflect that the defendant is presently with the jury to state that present jurors are present and seated. And, we have, Ms. Sharita Curry, crime scene analyst, detective?
Crime scene analyst.
Crime scene analyst, okay. And the state has passed her for cross-examination, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thanks, ready?
Yes, Your Honor, we are.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Ms. Walton. I'm gonna ask you some questions. If you don't understand my questions, please just let me know and I'll rephrase them. Fair enough?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as a crime scene analyst, you just went out to, the address was 5870 Stretch Drive,
Yes,
and based on that warrant, you went to process the scene.
yes.
You didn't do any testing of any of these items, although you collected them, right?
No, no testing.
And that would be done by somebody different if any testing occurred, correct?
Correct.
And so we have the 12 different items that you collected, which range from the shoes to the phones.
Correct.
Now, when you go out and process the scene, do they advise you as to a name? Does that make sense, my question, or do I need to rephrase it? Yes.
Sometimes they'll give me a
Okay.
name, sometimes they won't.
Okay, so it just varies.
It varies.
And in this particular instance, do you remember whether or not you were actually given a name?
I can't recall if I was.
Okay, fair enough. And you were taking, or let me say it this way, different items were being photographed that were contained in pictures that you took. For example, States 32, do you have the photo that she has? Do you have them? Okay. I'll mix it here. Okay, so can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
So, in this photograph that's been admitted into evidence, when you took this photograph, was it your intent to take everything that was on top as well as what was in the drawer itself?
No, it was just intended for me to take the cell phone.
Okay, so it was inadvertent? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So when you are taking photographs, you are really looking for the things that they told you to look for in the search warrant?
Correct.
Okay, and in your particular search warrant, you talked about some of, you talked about how you weren't looking for the black pants, so, it had no evidentiary value.
Correct.
And so that would be the same for some of those other items that were inadvertently photographed in your pictures. That be a correct statement?
Correct.
Okay. So, you said earlier that you were told to look for sneakers. Were you also told to look for cell phones?
Yes.
Okay. And what else were you told to look for besides sneakers and cell phones?
Firearms evidence,
Okay.
and clothing, if it matched the description of the clothing that they gave me at the time.
Okay. And the description that they gave you, did not include black pants?
It did not include.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
And under firearms, that also included the cartridges?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you used a word earlier that I want you to explain to the jury. You said something was spent. Can you tell the jury what spent means in layman's terms?
Spent means basically when you fire a firearm out of a fire a bullet out of a firearm. That's basically what it means. So you chamber around, you pull the trigger, that casing ejects out the ejection port, and that's the casing.
Now, you had said something earlier, and if this is not your expertise, please let me know.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
talked about how, the spent cartridges could not be tested. That was one of the things you said to the jury. You remember that?
I believe I stated when he asked me that it goes to our firearms unit, and it can be depending on their.
Right. But that's
they
not,
do. So it's sent to them what they do with that. It's, I don't know about that.
okay. And then he talked about the etching that was on the, fired cartridges when you held them up. The 3 fired cartridge casings, you remember that?
Yes.
And can you re-say what you said about the etching that was on those 3 fired cartridge casings?
So the writing that's surrounding the casing, that's the caliber, and the manufacturer usually has like a symbol or the brand on there as well.
Now, the other thing you said is you made a comment about testing cartridges if there was a firearm.
Not even usually will do comparisons if
Okay.
we have a firearm and casing.
And, but there can still be testing done even without a firearm. You acknowledge that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we just want to make sure we leave that right impression with the jury. So in summation, Ms. Curry, you were there to collect the evidence that they asked you to collect,
Correct.
take the photographs.
Correct.
You had no dealings with the individual who was labeled as a suspect.
Correct.
And you did no testing whatsoever on any of the collected items.
No testing.
And this particular address at 5870 Stretch Drive was someone's apartment.
Correct.
It was not a vacant apartment.
No, it's not.
It was a 2-bedroom, as you said.
Yes.
And in the photographs you've shown, the very first big giant depiction, we saw sofas and things of that nature in there, correct?
Correct.
And mattresses.
Correct.
And the pictures you took, you said it was after they went in and did a search, for lack of a better phrase, of the apartment complex.
Which photo are you referring to?
The last photograph where things were differently depicted?
Yes.
Yes, where they were turned in a different way than when you originally listed them on the format.
Correct.
And you said that was because the individuals had gone in, individuals from the police department, had gone in and did their search.
Correct.
And so can you tell the jury what's entailed with a search? Why things would be completely different than when you originally labeled them a certain way?
So when the original photos are taken and the search commenced, that means that any drawer, any bed, any closet, anything can be taken out to be completely searched. So it would be, not in its original location, depending on how that officer chooses to search that area.
And it's not uncommon to see something that might have originally been on the floor, turned upside down now and is up against a wall.
Correct.
It pretty much could be turned upside down when they're searching.
Yes, ma'am.
It looks like sometimes a hurricane came through or a tornado.
Yeah. For lack of better words, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, for lack of a better phrase, yes.
ma'am.
It looks like whirlwind came through.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the photographs that this jury has seen, those, I believe, almost 50 photographs, does not necessarily indicate how it looked prior to the search commencing, correct?
Those particular photos are after the search commenced.
Okay, so that's not necessarily how that individual who lived in that apartment left it.
No.
That's how the individuals at DPD left it after they searched and you took the photographs.
Correct.
Because you came in after they did their search.
I helped with the search.
Okay, so, but your photographs were taken after the search?
The complete search, yes.
Correct, okay, not before. I will pass the witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Briefly, Your Honor, just to be clear, Ms. Curry, not all of your photographs are taken with items either moved in location after the search. Is it all of them or just some?
Just some, those that are published are after the search, but I have photos before the search as well.
Thank you. We'll pass the witness.
Yeah, just one follow-up. You just said although that were published, were taken after the search, correct?
I wanna say yes.
I'm sorry, say it again.
I said I wanna say yes.
Yeah, I just repeated what he said. Yeah, so that means to this jury that the photographs that published means the jury has seen it.
Right,
What were up here on this little light thingy projector.
yes,
So all of those photographs were after the search was concluded.
correct.
Okay. No further questions, thank you.
May this witness be released?
No objection, please.
She may be released, Your Honor.
Thank you, you're free to leave.
Thank you.
Calling it.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to release you for the day. Let's come back at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Remember, you are still under my instructions, not to do any sort of, social media research. Do not listen to the news. As I said before, this, trial is being covered by, the media. And so please don't listen to any reports made of the trial. You've got the front seats here. You're the ones listening to, whatever happened from the witness stand. So don't listen to any news or do any research. And we will take on other matters while you're gone. So see you tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning.
All rise.
All right, y'all may be seated. All right, so state what particular, two witnesses are we talking about?
Arcelia Rosales, I'm sorry, Judge, and Aurelis Robledo. Now, both have similar, content as we talked about today, 38.371 type information, but in particular, Ms. Rosales, I'm sorry, Judge, I'm sorry. Ms. Rosales, there are text messages that go along with that I think the court would want to review before they're published to the jury.
Okay. So both witnesses are being called,
Yes, ma'am.
and, the text messages, that you're referencing were from who?
From the complainant, Gabriela Gonzalez. Messages she received from the complainant, Gabriela Gonzalez. And we believe they will testify, those are relevant for their, the nature of the relationship they were in, her present sense impression, present physical condition, and the like. And also, for the effect.
She's unavailable. She's deceased.
I believe, yes, Your Honor, but they also give, evidence on the nature of their relationship and also the effect on the listener. When I say effect on the listener, the person who received those messages, why she took action she took.
Okay. And, Arcelia, did you say?
The first person's name is Arcelia Rosales.
Yes,
Their names are very similar.
yes. So what is her testimony?
That is the person who is a coworker of the complainant, who said that she viewed bruises on the complainant. She viewed an incident where an argument took place, and then she later saw bruises on the complainant, and the subject of those messages was that assault and those bruises, and also text messages regarding the nature of the relationship between Gabriela Gonzalez and the defendant, who she knew to be as Trey. She also will testify, both people will also testify to identity type information, that they have seen Trey wearing the mask on several occasions, dropping the complainant off at work, and that the nature of his relationship with the complainant, whether or not he would let her leave her by herself at work, or even have the availability to have her car while she was at work. So very similar testimony to Ms. Vasquez, but just Ms. Arcelia Rosales has text messages that go hand in hand with that.
Thank you. And the defendant's objections will be generally hearsay?
They are hearsay,
All
probative value, all of those wonderful objections I will articulate.
right, call your witness.
Call Arcelia Rosales.
All right, Ms. Rosales, please raise your right hand for me. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, ma'am, will you say your home name?
Arcelia Yolanda Rosales Trevino.
Okay, and if I call you Arcelia Rosales, is that you?